Ito day.
Getting closer to my
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm getting closer to my hole. I want to wish you a very hearty, hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Back. After over a month of streaming, traveling, creating, I am back. And I'm ready to stream. So from my humble stream setup here in Los Angeles, let me wish you a very hearty hey now. Man. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's a pleasure to be back. It is a real pleasure to be back. I am sans headphones, so I will feel very strange, and my voice is still a little gone, but we're going to put on a hell of a show tonight. Everybody, welcome back. Thank you for coming early. Appreciate all the support. Thank you for the hype train. We have a lot to cover since when last I was here.
Cracking 2 Neff sauces and pouring them in my mouth stone cold style. Oh yeah, wow.
Thank you
that's
guys
very
so much
cool.
for all these
Life
subscriptions.
has been rough, but at least I have Neff smile.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back, boys and girls. A lot of cool stuff happened at TwitchCon, some of which you saw, some of which you didn't. One thing I'd love to cover, just off the bat, I had a meeting with the fine
wow,
folks.
That's very cool.
We are so back, Neff.
We are so back.
Oh yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Dank Sauce gifted a tier 1 sub to Whistle and Dixie.
I had a
They have
meeting with the
given
fine
19
folks
gift subs
over
in
at
the channel.
Pokemon. As some of you know, I'm a big Pokemon guy, if you couldn't tell by
Yeah, wow,
my background.
That's very cool.
Good to have you back.
And they
Phil.
really loved the stream we did. So expect more Pokemon streams in the future.
wow, that's
But
very cool.
one really
Welcome back, Will.
funny story, as part of sitting down with Pokemon, they gave me the promotional card from Worlds, the Pikachu Worlds card, which is great. But then they also gave me 1 pack of Hidden Fates. And they were like, we know you love to do rips. Here's a little gift from us. Right before I went on stage for Name Your Price, I was with everybody and I was like, let's rip this pack. Maybe we'll have good luck, right? We ripped the pack. I got the set chase from Hidden Fates, the Greninja, in the 1 pack I ripped.
Wow, that's very cool.
And we were all going crazy. We were all going absolutely crazy backstage. We were like, let's fucking go. Oh, Twilight Masquerade. My bad. Yeah, so that was really funny. Anyway, I'm planning on doing another slab giveaway. Right. And when I was with Nick, we did a little bit of pokey gambling. Not something I suggest to everybody, but I entered in a King of the Hill. And I won a King of the Hill. And there were a few slabs in that King of the Hill.
Yeah, wow, that's very
And I'm giving away all of
Yeah.
them. Do you guys want to see real quick? There's only a few. Do you guys want to see the slabs I have for the next giveaway we're doing this month? Or sorry, next month, probably. There's only a few. There's only a few,
Oh
guys.
yeah, wow, that's very
There's
cool.
only
Pog.
there's only there's only a few.
2121.
We're only giving away a few. We're only giving away. We're only giving away a few. We're gonna only give away. We're only gonna give away a few. There's only a few. Guys, there's only a few. Guys, please don't. I mean, hardly any. We're only, guys, please, guys, please. Yeah. So we are giving
Wow,
away
that's very cool.
Neff, let's go.
$2,000 in slabs. I wanted to do it for my birthday, but we missed that. We're gonna do it soon.
LIVIN.
No purchase necessary. Don't have to be a subscriber. Just my love language to you
Only a
guys.
few.
Giving away. And by the way, please. Thank you so much, Schwinn. Litchi Boba, thank you. Thank you to everybody. Now, some of these are just like, you know, they're just fun slabs. There's a oak. That's actually a really good
Watched
one.
Climax and Enter the Void while you were gone. So if you can never leave again, that would be though both great
Yeah,
movies.
some of these are just
I
fun
love Gaspar
slabs, like they're
Noé
not gonna
now.
break
Thanks
the
for
bank.
putting him on my radar.
But some of these are insane. Some of these are full-blown, crazy,
Oh yeah,
vintage,
wow, that's very cool.
Pipes gifted a tier 1 sub to Gale.
Oh yeah, wow,
vintage.
that's very cool.
Pipes gifted
Sick
a tier
first
1
edition.
sub to Rosette.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Pipes gifted a tier 1 sub
And
to
some of them
Space
are newer
_
cards that are
Wombat
insane.
Oh, yeah,
Anyway,
wow, that's very cool.
28 months. I'm basically in my
look
upset
forward to
toddler
that,
phase.
guys.
Also Raider in the slab.
Basically,
Oh, yeah, wow, that's
I got to work with Pokemon recently, and they loved our
That's very
stream.
cool.
They absolutely loved our stream, and part of what they loved is there are a lot of Pokemon fans in here. I didn't know it. I've kind of always been a closet Poke fan.
Wow, that's very cool.
Not gonna
So
lie. Some of the Misty
they were
cards were part of
juiced.
my
You were
sexual
juiced.
awakening as a kid.
This is my love letter to you guys. We'll be doing that giveaway soon. So yeah. I don't know. I hope you're excited. That'll be a great, great time. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in
Missed
case you don't know, neffsauce.com is open and live again. If you wanted to go procure yourself some Neff sauce, I just got back to my setup. There's gonna be mistakes here. Hold on. There we go. All right. Boom. Wait. Oh God. There we go. Neff sauce is live again, ladies and gentlemen. The Neff sauce site is live again. I got to give away another 200 bottles at TwitchCon, which I was really excited about. And I think we had the same problem where a lot of bottles got confiscated by the TSA, but you know, they work
now
hard
that
too.
you're back in LA, we'd still love to have you come play Pokemon with the kids in our company. If you remember talking about it before
Yes.
you left.
I would love to do that. And now that I'm back, I will absolutely make time to do that. That would be my pleasure. Why can I spend $20 on nut sauce when I Yeah, true. Why spend $20 on Neff sauce when I can buy Tabasco for $2? That's a good question.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neff.
Tabasco is a fine sauce. And if you prefer it, don't let me try and talk you out of it. Neff sauce is kind of just something we have for the fans and people that enjoy the sauce. The one thing about Neff sauce I will say though is I actively try not to make a profit on Neff sauce. Where every cent I make on Neff sauce, I typically will then turn around and give away Neff sauce. And I think we've given away over like
Congrats on
2,000
winning
bottles
camp.
of
And
Neff
thanks for
sauce to
being
this
you, Will.
point. So I really believe in the product. I really enjoy being able to give a bunch of it away. And, you know, to thine own self be true. If it's something that you don't want to spend money on, please don't spend money on it. If it's something you want to try, just hang out in the community and there's a good chance you'll get a bottle for free eventually. Base salesman, you convinced me I'm a lame ass troll. Just wanted to pull your leg. Damn. We rehabilitated that guy fast.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Amen.
I will.
Sorry guys, my voice is still a little bit chalked from TwitchCon. I had a bunch of performances and I kind of went all out for them,
Yeah,
but
wow, that's very cool.
well, I'm
Well, I am
seeing Dead Mouse this weekend. None of my friends are as pumped.
as
Oh.
I need to share my excitement somewhere.
Dude, the good news is you will be in an audience of people that are absolutely pumped to see him as well. So even if your friends aren't coming along, you'll find your tribe there. Guys, thank you so much for the level 8 hype train. I really appreciate you. We were proud of you, Will. Oh, dude, thank you. I really appreciate you. I'll be showing off that box of slabs later when we get everybody in here because I want to get everybody juiced for that giveaway. But we're also doing a PO unboxing tonight. I think I have 2 boxes over there. So why don't we start with that? Why don't we just start nice and easy? Then I'll go into my 5 minutes
wow,
of
that's very
football.
cool.
And then we have all the news that's fit to print tonight because it's a
wow,
Monday.
that's very cool.
So
and
let's
spare
get
bottles
ready.
of sauce to give away, please less than 3.
What's up? What about giving away? Did you get that Pokemon skateboard? I didn't because that site looked a little sketchy. The prices didn't match up with what I was seeing in the market. So,
Oh yeah, wow. That's
all right,
very
first
cool.
PO
Neff.
box. Let's take a look. Oh, what is? Oh. Oh, Lance a little.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
What
I am
the-
going to Fred again tomorrow and will be my first EDC concert.
Oh, that'll be sick. That's a great one to start with. The audience there can be a little grating, but he's so worth seeing. Lance a little. Hear ye, art thou a knight of the round table? Have tables of thy gallantry, or have tales of thy gallantry and most notable deeds been shared in the taverns? I'm sorry.
Did you and Sir take home your gimp suits from debate lords?
That was Austin and I. No, I actually gave my gimp suit away to the audience. I like to always give away my props and stuff from any live shows I did. And so that was no exception. I, after the show, gave away my coat and my shirt from the outfit, and I gave away my, Clancy got it? Yeah. I also gave away my leather shirt and my binding and handcuffs and blindfold. So thank you so much for those bits.
At TwitchCon, great job, brother.
Thank you so much. Hang on, let me finish this. King Arthur is hereby most officially summoned to do is, I think this is a table game. Happy jousting, Lance a little. Hang on, there's a note with it. This is cool. If someone sent me a board game, I'm juiced on that. We got a formal letter and everything? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Hassle
Will,
Nancy.
as a frequent viewer of your stream, I wanted to just send you a copy of this limited run,
This would
not currently
probably
for
be my
sale
last
game that
sub
I
for a while,
made
'cause
as the
financials, but I
culmination of my
always want to support
master's
however I
program.
can.
Your stream
Thank
was
you for
always a
everything,
great
Will.
source
Oh,
of
yeah,
comfort for
wow,
me while
that's
under
very cool.
pressure.
Hey now.
Really helped me to de-stress after a long
yeah,
day of,
wow, that's
day
very
of working.
cool.
Your community is something that I'm glad to be a part of, and I can't
yeah,
wait to
wow,
see
that's
how
very
your stream
cool.
evolves next. I really hope you enjoy the game, and please don't Oh, dude, this is awesome. P.S. Make sure to
yeah,
wipe down the
wow,
edges of the
that's very
tokens
cool.
as the printing process leaves ash that can get messy if you don't. Oh, I like to get messy when I game, baby. Well, I like to get sweaty. I like to get McPoyle with it when I do my tabletop gaming. Oh, this is awesome. This is someone's master's project. They made a tabletop. I'm gonna fucking play this weekend. Thank you so much. Ryan, dude, I'm gonna report back. This is awesome.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you,
wow,
thank you,
that's
thank
very
you.
cool.
This made my night. I appreciate you. And we have another P.O. box item. Let me pop this.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
This is a big one.
Birthday cheer.
What?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Thank you. Oh my.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
gosh.
cool.
You're kind of the best.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
My mom sent
Oh,
my
yeah, wow,
birthday
that's
gift
very
to my
cool.
P.O. box. I saw this wrapping and I immediately was like, wait, I know this wrapping. My mom sent my fucking birthday gift to my P.O. box. Oh. It's an album of all my baby photos. Look at that little chunker baby. Oh my God, this is so cute. Bro, check it out. My karate years. Wow. Oh my gosh. It's my Grandma Mary that Donna is based on. Look. Remember how That's the woman that Donna is based on. Dude. Look at that. The Queen of Long Island. The Queen of Long Island.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
That is so funny. Holy cow, man. What a blast from the past. Dang. That is so funny that Grandma Mary's in there. Dude.
Oh yeah, wow,
That is
that's
so
very
funny.
cool.
All right, all right. You were so adorable. Well, thank you.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Guys, thanks
You're
for all
back
these
home,
subscriptions.
and I am back subbing to you. Have a good night and stream.
Thank you so
Smile.
much. Missed the note. I'm gonna save that. I don't know if she wanted me to read
Oh,
that
yeah,
on
wow,
stream.
that's
I don't
very
know if she
cool.
would want me to open that on stream, but I'll look at that later. Guys, thanks so much for always sending it to me. Wow, we have so many people here already.
Oh, yeah,
What the heck?
wow, that's very cool.
All right, before we get into the content, I just one more time want to plug my giveaway. Now that the whole audience is here, I wanted to do a Pokemon Slab giveaway for my birthday. So, guys, we are giving away another $2,000 in slabs coming up, probably within the month. As you can see, there are a few of them here. This whole box is full of like slabs, and yeah, there are a few bangers in here too. So if you're into Pokemon, we'll announce the this whole box is full. If you're into
Oh, yeah,
Pokemon,
wow, that's very cool.
we will
Neff
announce when
art.
we're doing that in the Discord. I met with Pokemon at TwitchCon, and they loved the last stream we did. So we're gonna probably be doing a few more things with them. We talked to them, and hopefully one day they allow it. I don't know, but we talked to them about maybe me hosting a creator TCG event, which would be so fun. So we're working on that. It was a lot of fun. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can get into the last month that I was away from home.
Hey,
Yeah.
Will, are you
Yeah,
going
wow,
to
that's
still
very
do the
cool.
Wubby suit
Any merch
idea?
updates?
Yeah, I talked to Wubby
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very
while I was
cool.
at TwitchCon.
Neffisto.
We're still gonna probably
Oh, yeah,
try and
wow,
do
that's
the
very cool.
Hey
the
now, hey
backlist
now.
suit at one point.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
Um,
very cool.
I love Pokemon Rayquaza boys on top lol.
Hey,
Oh, yeah,
let's
wow,
go.
That's very cool.
Hey, great hosting, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Wasn't able to meet you at TwitchCon, but I made it to Debate Lords and was the person in the crowd who spanked Austin. You were hilarious. I also hope you had a chance to drop by Julie22's booth. I did. I went and hung out with Julie22, and I bought one of her originals for Hassan that I gave him on Fear End. So if you want to see what I bought at Julie's booth, I got Hassan a piece of JoJo art that she did, and I gave it to him. So hopefully he frames it and puts it up because it's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for a segment that only a very specific group of my clientele enjoy. It's time for the fastest 5 minutes in football. Ladies and gentlemen, another week in the NFL closes, and boy, howdy, do we have some storylines cooking. First and foremost, let's get right to it. The Jets absolutely tuck up and spank the Patriots at their home opener. Man, oh man, as a Jets fan, it's been a long time
9 months
coming.
straight now.
Maybe the
Keep
most
up the great
satisfying
streams.
Jets win of my lifetime as a fan. After week one, everybody was like, well, what? The Jets suck. I thought you said they were supposed to be okay. Not so loud anymore. The Eagles eke out a win against the Saints. The Eagles are concerned about that, but the Saints have been looking great. I think the Eagles will be okay. The Vikings are looking like the best
Go Birds.
team in the NFL, but unfortunately, there's rumors that maybe Sam
The Bears are
Darnold
going to ruin
hurt
mine.
his knee.
Also, fuck the
I
Chiefs
hope
and
to
fuck
God
Taylor
that's
Swift.
not true because I've been loving watching
Will,
the Vikings.
Did you ever look up the movie?
The
again?
Giants finally get a win against the Browns. The Browns look to be in total disarray. The Broncos looking like crazy, spanked the Bucks. Packers get another win against the Titans. The Titans still unable to throw together a win. The Bears lose to the Colts. Now you have some real questions about the Bears. Steelers remain undefeated. The Seahawks win again, baby. Seahawks rolling the Dolphins. Panthers with a new QB at the helm take down the Raiders. And now everybody is wondering, is Devontae Adams up to be traded? The Rams beat the 49ers, and now we have some legitimate questions about the 49ers. Lions look like the Lions in a sound win over the Cardinals. The Ravens let Derrick Henry loose, and he runs all over the Cowboys. Dak Prescott to the fan base. If you want to jump off, you can. The Chiefs beat the Falcons. The Falcons still not the team that we thought that they were going to be. The Bills looking like the best team in the NFL. Beat the dog shit out of the Jaguars. A lot of questions about the Bills before the season. Not so loud anymore. And Jaden Daniels and the Commanders look to win against the Bengals. The Bengals are going to have a lot of questions about what is going on in Cincinnati. And that is the fastest 5 minutes in football. So, I don't want to get too far in the weeds with football, but this football season has been crazy. Quick tier 3 list update. Let me go through this. I think my S tier is right now going to be boom. I think the Bills are on top of the S tier right now. Boom. God, who else is just slapping? That might be my, dude, the Steelers. Man, they look really good. I don't think Russell Wilson's ever going to get a chance to start. And Kansas City, I would probably put here because they're defending. And then that A tier, gee whiz bang. This gets really first I'll say this.
US tier, my
what
Eagles
is
are
going on with the Jags? What the fuck is going on with the Jags, man? They look to be a whole ass mess, bro. I would also probably put the Seahawks here or here. Seahawks have looked very good.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Bears look to be in trouble. I think these guys are still A tier despite the loss. Lions, I think they'll go back to the A tier. These guys are still in D despite the win. Patriots are down here. Jets, I still think they look pretty good, man. Bengals, got to figure it out. Saints are in that A tier still. I would put them in that A tier. I put them in that A tier. I put them down here. I put them in that B tier. Put them in that B tier right now. I put them atop the A tier. Maybe even still S tier, but I put them there. Falcons, B tier. B tier, C tier, top of the D tier, C tier. I put them in the A. I'd still put them in the A. I'd still put them in the A. I put them in the C. I'm gonna bump them up to B tier. They might be figuring it out. C tier, man, and I would have to drop the Dolphins to C tier. That would just be a quick gut check. Putting the Cardinals above the Broncos, dude, the Cardinals hung up a lot of points. That's just quick off the top of the dome. I don't want to take too much time on football. Move the Jets up. The Jets need to beat some real teams, unfortunately. It's great that they beat the Titans and New England, but that a great team that does not make. I am sorry. They got the shit kicked out of them by the 49ers, and then they looked like a great football team against two bad football teams, and that's what great football teams are supposed to do. But the Jets have to beat some contenders before before we start talking about them like an A or an S team.
Did you happen to see this Dreamcast skate deck already?
I'm sorry, what? Did you happen to see this Dreamcast skate deck already? Ooh, this thing is ugly. Ugh. I mean, I love Dreamcast, but that is not a good looking deck. I'm sorry, that is not a attractive deck.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
As a Kiwi, I appreciate this segment. I never have time to watch the hockey.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, no more football. I know you guys are exhausted whenever I do too much football. Thoughts on the Chiefs script here?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Kirk Rogers will take over the NFL.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
All right,
very cool.
are you talking
Love your
about
streams
pass
and your
interference?
Optimism is electric. Keep up the great work, Hassel.
Anything you know about Spagnola is that was a lot of contact, wasn't it?
By Brian Cook.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was early. Listen, man, it's not just football this happens with. If you're the champ, if everybody loves you, you're gonna get advantages, right? I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that the NFL is rigged because the Kansas City Chiefs get some favorable calls. To be the best, you got to beat the best. And if you're in a close game with the Chiefs, you got to expect that it's going to listen. What is that pass interference? Yes. Am I going to cry all week about how rigged the NFL is because they missed one pass interference call? I don't know. But listen, man, I said the same thing when they immediately said that Isaiah Likely was out. That was really close. That was really close in that Ravens game. That foot was close, man. And they just were immediately like out of bounds. So I don't know. It's a bad call, but the NFL makes a lot of bad calls. Like some of the roughing calls this year have been fucking crazy. How's your fantasy team doing? Well, I won the first 2 weeks, but I was a first picker. And basically everybody who picked first this year is fucked.
Cool.
Everybody who picked first this year is absolutely fucking fucked.
Ooh.
Because on my team right now, George Kittle, out. Pacheco, out. McCaffrey, out. Jordan Love, out. So 4 of my starters are out right now. And it's a tough place to be. I'm battling. I'm battling, baby, but it's going to be a long season. But I won 2 of the 3, so I think I might be able to scratch this out. Should we look at some clips from the last month of content, guys? I feel like I didn't really even get a chance to go over Camp Knut. I am still on the Camp Knut diet. I'm going to try and get down to 175 pounds. Hey, Will, what kind of shoes were those chunky loafers? Those are Prada. People fucking hate them. Either you love them or you hate them. But I think they're great.
That's very cool.
15 months.
Saw this.
What a wild ride. Happy to be here and welcome
I do
back
want to react to
fans.
this because I'm a nerd.
I'm ballsy. I don't take
Yes?
no shit from anyone.
Hey Will. I am the chatter that sent you the measuring tape a while back. I finished your gift and got confirmation that it arrived to the PO box today. I guess you'll have to check again though if you didn't see it today.
I grabbed my PO box before I went down to San Diego. I will check again tomorrow. I'll go there. So ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Chandler will play Hal Jordan in Lanterns. If you don't know who Kyle Chandler is, he is the gentleman from Friday Night Lights. And my initial reaction is like, yeah, I see it. The one thing I will say, I feel like Kyle Chandler now, today, is a little long in the tooth. He's a little long in the tooth to be playing Hal Jordan. He's like, I think he's like 50, he's like 59 years old, isn't he? He's 59 years old. So we get a 60-year-old Hal Jordan, which I don't know. Maybe hopefully they can really get him in shape and get him ready. But like, this is some of his most recent photos.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very
he
cool.
looks
The unequivocal
he
greatest
looks like
swimmer of
he's in
all
his
time,
late
and
50s.
It's not even close. The tippy top of the mountain, worldwide champion of content feasting.
Thank you so much. So I don't know how to feel about this casting. The two DC castings that have been announced so far, both of them I've kind of been like, but you know, I always say this about castings. You're not in those reading rooms. You're not the director. You don't see what they see. Maybe he gave an absolutely unbelievably convincing line or read, and you know, maybe they,
Ballsy. I don't take
I don't
no
know.
shit from anyone.
yes.
Yo, Will, were you able to see the first episode of The Penguin? Would love to hear your thoughts.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm probably going to watch it
Oh, yeah,
tonight.
wow, that's very
Someone said if
cool.
Hugh Jackman can do it, why can't Kyle? Well, I'll say this. First of all, Hugh Jackman is a full 5 years younger. That's not nothing. Secondly, Hugh Jackman, Hugh Jackman started playing Wolverine 24 years ago. So he started playing Wolverine,
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
you know, when he was in his 30s, and then he aged into an older version of Wolverine. So it's not like he started playing Wolverine in his mid 50s. He was playing him in his 30s, and we've aged with the character, and so the audience has a very different expectation of how Wolverine should look. Also, that is like the 8th appearance of Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. This is the very first time we're getting Hal Jordan in this universe, and to get a 60-year-old Hal doesn't really leave much room for him to age as a character. You know what I mean? Like, if this universe should last a decade, hopefully, I want to see Gunn make a lot of DC films, we're going to have a 70-year-old Hal Jordan. 70. That's crazy. That's nuts. That's wild. But maybe they're, you know, planning on having him kind of pass his lantern mantle
wow,
on.
that's very
The last
cool.
thing I would
Will, have
say
you seen
is
the Chobits
when
anime?
you talk
I
about
know you read it.
the Chobits anime, I haven't seen it yet. You guys know I'm a closet Chobits fan. The last thing I will say is, like, talking about Hugh Jackman and his fitness as an older man is like talking about Tom Brady and his fitness as an older man. Hugh Jackman is a fucking outlier. He is so goddamn unbelievably, indescribably ripped at his age. It makes no sense. And he has been for a long time. So, like, when you talk about age as a rule, Hugh Jackman very much so is an exception to a lot of those expectations. So, I don't know, maybe they feel confident that they can get him in shape, or again, Gunn has kind of made it clear that I think
yeah, wow,
where
that's
we
very
are going to
cool.
start
Neffel.
in Gunn's DC universe is not going to be at the beginning. I think they feel that we have seen too many origin stories. We've seen too
yeah,
much
wow,
of like
that's
the,
very cool.
hey, oh my God, I have superpowers. And I think Gunn is launching into like the middle of this universe. We are getting All-Star Superman. We are getting Batman with the entire Bat family around him. And it looks as though we are going to get the Lantern Corps well after they're established. So maybe this kind of plays into that idea that, like, we're not starting in Act 1. we're starting in Act 3 here. So again, in Gun We Trust, please be good. But yeah, I know for some that casting will be a head scratcher. Hey, well, Neff, I finally finished my master's degree in psychology and can start practicing therapy. Thanks for being so damn entertaining, for everything you do to help everyone here, and for keeping me inspired and motivated.
Wow, that's very cool.
Hey, Will. Love ya.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Here's the final Camp Knut lineup, body lineup. Yeah, let's take a look at this real quick while I relieve myself. We didn't really ever get to look at this all that much, but these are the final reveals of Camp Knut. I'll be right back.
So hard, dude.
Mrs. Posing was great. Do you think if Hassan was part of Camp Knut, he would have beat you out for the bodybuilding trophy? Really hard to say. Hassan is in great shape, though. I think it would have been tough for him to stick with the schedule, with his stream schedule, but Hassan is in great shape, man. He's big. Dude, Lakari, the Terminator. So Lakari tried my glasses on. Those are my Smith ski glasses. And he looked so good in them when he tried them on. I was like, keep them, bro. He looked so good in my glasses. It was one of those times where I was like, when someone tries on something of yours and you're just completely mogged and you're like, I can't put these on again, because you just look better in them. So I literally, he put them on and I was like, keep them. And he was like, are you serious, dude? And I was like, come on, man. You look so fucking good in those. I can't take those back. Lack is the nicest dude. Bro, one of the best parts of Camp Knut, honestly, was just getting to hang out with Lack. I feel like too often as a streamer, you're surrounded by negative energy because, you know, we're all bound in numbers and blah, 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 blah. Lack is just a beam of sunshine. Always. Oh, Will, are you going to do cardio? Let's do cardio together. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow.
Seer-
That's very cool.
Admiral Neff, thank you so much for signing my shirt at the end of Name Your Price.
Thank
you. guys
you.
were so hilarious at both shows, and that really made my TwitchCon extra special.
Thank you so
Neff.
much. We're going to cover some of those TwitchCon clips in a second. I just wanted to do a farewell to Camp Knut. I spent a month in Austin, guys. Sears results were so good. Tectone lost the most weight. Well, Jimmy did, but Tectone lost crazy weight. Jimmy lost so much weight, bro. Jimmy lost so much weight. And then E-Rob, baby. Are there before and after pics? I showed people a workout that I did like 3 days before, maybe like 3 or 4 days before I left for Austin, and the difference was crazy. I lost a lot of body fat. I saw Hassan saying that I wore the wrong shorts. This man.
Anything at this point beyond a
stud.
4-inch
I'm
inseam,
ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
How are you so good at impressions? Would you mind doing a few for me?
You really like my Lucari impression? I don't know. I'm just like around people. And then, like, that's badass, dude. Oh, buck yeah, Billy. Tectone. And then Lucari is like he's just enthusiastic about everything. Oh, well, that's amazing. I don't know. I just parody my friends and some of the people around me. Matt Foley. My voice is so shot right now, guys. Your Gollum. Dude, my voice is fried. I'll do more later, but I'm dead.
you're losing points for no fucking reason. I want to see the quad separation, okay? I want to see hog. I want to see the quad separation. You need to fucking shorten those seams. At least like maybe roll up the band like 2 ticks. Cause it's just not, you're hiding your ass for no reason. Overall, brothers being modest.
That's
Okay, bro, what is
cool.
this? A
Neff
church?
bussy,
What
Neff
the fuck
bussy,
do you
Neff
mean?
bussy.
Show me some goddamn ass, okay? Show me some hog.
You know what? Ultimately, he was right.
Dicks
He
out
was
for the
right.
fuck-
I thought that they would have a posing outfit for me, so I just came in my gym shorts. Big mistake. Big mistake. I should have showed more hog for sure. Speaking of Lucari, dude, this was the funniest stream of the year. No doubt. This shit was a Lacula.
Here. I have it now. Bet you never thought you'd see this coming, huh?
Dude, kids start to say the darndest things. I love how that kid was just unabashed staring at Lax's hair, bro. Just that shit sent me. The first time Seer and I were cackling. Lacula. Incredible. Thanks again for the James Marco clip for Neff Cord. Oh, thank you. Yeah, dude. That's a fond farewell to Camp Knut. It was incredible. Thank you guys for having patience while I was down in Austin. But now it is time to cover what happened this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. In case you were living under a rock, I was at TwitchCon, and man, it was so much fun. I got to meet so many people. When I'm there, I always just try and be so cognizant of the fact that like so many people spend so much money to come and have a good time. And I always feel like it's the streamer's responsibility to do their best to make sure you have a good time. So I go in with an expectation that Farley's freaking out. That I'm gonna work the entire time, but I still had so much fun.
Did you see that there is a new season of League of Pigs?
No. I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Lieutenant Smokin. I had so much fun. I really did. The shows went so well. If we have any clips from Debate Lords, I'd love to watch them. Or clips from Name Your Price. I'd love to watch them.
That's for
because
cool.
I just had such great.
Saw the progress at camp.
Thank
What
you.
a hunk.
Thank you. I appreciate you. But yeah, both shows were just so like perfect, flawless, unbelievable. The face of regret. Hang on, let me see this.
You make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Caroline, I will give you points if you stop.
Listen, she can have my points, dog.
Oh, okay,
Point.
how many? Two?
Point. You
Two?
stop. No, just one. Okay. That was incredible. I want to thank our guests for being here and speaking so.
Dude, Caroline's character cracked me the fuck up. Caroline's character cracked me the fuck up. Caroline and Sear were so dialed into their characters, and they were such great like caricatures of people you would typically see at like a general presidential debate like that. I loved it, man. They went crazy. And then Jason, so much credit to him for literally coming 10 minutes before the show started and just like literally as we were going on, Jason turned to me and was like, yo, so what is this show? He literally was like, yo, so what is this? And I was literally like, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. Just have fun out there, kid. And he killed it. He really did. There aren't many people that can go in blind like that and just have a good time.
McDonald's French fries. I'm with my babe, she's here. He got broken up and we still here. He's got a slick back that looks ugly. Yeah. I like my French fries. I like to eat it with ketchup. With ketchup.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
With ketchup. Hold on. Yeah. She look good today.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
She look good today. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. I'm with my guys. We eating fries. When can I keep going? Yeah, this beat long as hell. Oh, fuck. God damn it, I'm out of fucking balls.
Dude. Put him on a Frank Ocean album. Shit was great.
Politics gets banned from Twitch.
Was this the
cool.
future Assad?
the end
I
of
thought
day,
this was the
it's not.
best moment of the entire show right here.
Yeah, politics gets banned from Twitch. You try and become an actor, but you fail. You run out of money eventually, and one day you get into a car accident dash. You end up in a vegetative state, life support. Eventually, you watched all your loved ones give up on you. You eventually come out of it, resent society, resent yourself, resent the healthcare system, and you overdose on ketamine. And guess what? I'll be at your funeral drinking a martini.
Yeah! You know what? Fucking points here. Good job.
That's what happens when you fuck with my points, Harrison. Give me my points.
God. Sear was so locked, bro. So really funny. At one point, Sear mentioned pixel pussy. And, you know, I'm friends with a lot of the Twitch staff that like put on the shows at this point. And they were kind of nervous about the show because it was a bigger production. And, you know, sponsors were there and all this kind of stuff, and they were really letting us play. So apparently when Sear said pixel pussy and I kept repeating it, all the people that were next to like the sponsors and like the Twitch higher ups were like,
oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
and then apparently one of the sponsors started like
from one
really
cinephile to
laughing
another.
hard.
Love you, brother.
And everybody was like, because that shit was wild. Pixel pussy was wild.
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
You've been killing it lately.
Thank you.
I hope you're taking some time for yourself.
Thank you so much. No, I'm not, but you know, I'm making good shit, so.
And why?
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. Now, if our boy Nick over here throws it back on this country in the same way his mom throws it back, then I think we're gonna be in good hands, because she's got good hands.
See, Nick's mom actually watches me.
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Ha.
I can't because he's not wrong. And
Thank you for
she
the prime.
does love Hassan. So, yeah.
Throws it back.
Sear, you get a point for that.
You do.
Caroline.
Sear did not break character. Sear doesn't break character till after the DVD commentary. He was locked in, bro. Here's a fun fan cut of Debate Lords. Oh, let's take a look. It's 2 minutes. Perfect. Super cut. Let's go.
This is Hasanabi's Debate Lords. All the charities tonight will be benefiting charity.
40, Jason, you better.
All the charities tonight will be benefiting charity. The other one was after day, it's night. When you're up there and you're live, it's hard, man. It's hard.
You're paying attention right now. This is the most important part. I know
He's
your
not.
ass has no idea.
Focus.
My grandma, and she was a woman of the people more so than,
yeah, wow, that's very cool.
You know.
Thank you for the 12 months.
Saying your grandma was ugly.
Ooh. Okay, points for Caroline.
Do I have permission to strike her with the hand of God?
The president is the leader of the country.
I know what that is, Hassan. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's night.
Okay, you're out of time, Jason. That was horrible. Which video game character would you choose as your running mate and why?
Without question, I'd probably go with Kirby. Because, you know, sometimes you just want to eat. Sometimes you just want to suck down your opponent.
What would you make the national snack of the United States and why?
Probably would be, if I were to logically think about this, I would...
Stop filibustering. Come on, pick it up.
Define filibuster.
Oh, my community is so poggers.
Dude, at this moment, I knew without any doubt in my mind, Caroline's mind had gone blank and she couldn't think of a single emote.
You look fantastic.
Thank you so much, Hassan. I learned so much in that round. Words like budget. Well, we're on.
Oh.
Yeah.
I feel like an intern at the Republican National Convention right now. Dude.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
This fit was really wild. That shit was really wild. That shit was so wild. It looked less like sex stuff and more like I was a character in the next Street Fighter. You know what I mean? Like, right now.
He got broken up and we still here. His beat long as hell. Fuck. God damn it.
Just take your fucking phone out and scan the code, dammit. Donate money, please.
Bro, one thing I will say was Debate Lords was long. And this was like hour 3. And at this point, we were just fucking scan the
Pink
code.
Horde Lol gifted a tier 1 sub to Auxiliary. They
What's
have
up,
given
Oxy?
16 gift subs in the channel.
Handsome, nice beard. All right, you know, please take your tank top off.
Who's got a dog?
Woof.
You look good sexually speaking right now.
Thank you for coming here to TwitchCon San Diego.
So I will admit this. Unfortunately,
right now,
I was the one who planned to everybody pie Hassan instead of pie themselves. As soon as we got the pies, Hassan was talking and not paying attention. And I leaned over to everybody and I was like, does everybody just want to hit Hassan? And everybody immediately, without saying a word, was like, yes.
San Diego! Oh God.
That, oh God, is so funny. Oh God. It reminds me of that video of the girl who orders Starbucks and they just whip the coffee drink in through a window. And she's like, oh God, not again. Absolutely wrecked. Yeah. Debate Lords was awesome. Huge shout out to the Twitch production team that made it happen and for letting us play, just letting us go wild. You got to have a lot of faith in who's on stage to just give us that much freedom and to make a show that good. So they really went crazy. And huge shout out to everybody on stage. There wasn't a slouch in the group.
Cool.
Everybody
Neff
performed so well. What a great event that was. God damn, this guy fucking killed it at TwitchCon. Thank you, Scootish. Do we have any clips from Name Your Price? Name Your Price was also great, but I'll admit, the sound issues were tough, bro. The sound issues, we didn't have, the monitor was like really, really tough. Nandre killed it as a mime. Yo, I pulled Nandre aside after the show and I actually asked him, I was like, dude, were you a mime? Like he was so good as a mime. I thought that maybe Nandre had previously mimed in his life. I asked my good friend Nandre, who I've known for what seems like forever now, if he was actually a mime. Flaccid air horn.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Mime lesson for you. Pretend to pour a salt shaker on your tongue.
Will sound this air horn.
Hang on. We got to fix the sound on this one.
However, if you touch the sides of the board, will sound this air horn. We couldn't even get it. One more time, Will.
That is the flaccid penis of air horns right there. That is the whiskey dick of...
Dude, okay. One thing I will admit is during this segment,
yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I broke the rules. Okay, I'm going to admit it. I broke the rules because XQC touched the side of the poster. He even said out loud, I touched the side of the poster. And the reason I didn't sound the air horn is because, ladies and gentlemen, I had to know what XQC thought a banana cost. I had to know. I had to know what XQC was going to guess that a single banana cost. I was looking at it and I was like, I can blow this air horn, but we will never know what this man thinks a banana costs. Because all I could think of was how much could a banana cost? From, oh God, Arrested Development.
They're plastic, so they don't finish the current. It's only the tones. Oh. Trust me, I played fucking Operation. He's fine.
So I breeze by.
No, please. Don't challenge my authority!
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Well, you have to guess the price? All right, yes.
So
To be honest.
Right after there, I admit, I'm like, I gotta know. What do you think a banana costs? Here's the quote. Yes, this is the moment I wanted.
Don't you judge me. You're the selfish one. You're the one who charged his own brother for a Bluth frozen banana. I mean, it's one banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10?
You've never actually set foot in a supermarket, have you?
I don't have time for this.
It's one banana, Michael. It's one banana. Oh, this is when we delivered the baby. God, this show was fun.
It's a guy. Whoa! All right.
Wait, can we check?
Another one in there?
Oh my.
All right.
Yeah, wait a minute.
All right. Who here guessed a boy? Wait, there's gonna be more in there.
Wait, yes?
I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a clip of you talking about Moo Dang.
Yeah.
And you said that Moo Dang. Do you know what he said? Did anyone watch Furion?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
He said that Moo Dang is no better than like the average
Dog.
Dog?
Yeah.
That you don't get the Moo Dang.
No, I think dogs are cuter than Mudang.
I don't think that that's a comparison to make.
I made my case accurately and well said because Caroline, let me say something. Hippos.
You've been saying things.
Hippos suck. Okay? Hippos kill 500 people a year, right? So that thing is a
But do they deserve it?
killing machine. First of all, and have you ever seen a hippo shit? Yeah. I mean, let me show you something.
Wow, that's very cool.
Let me show you something real quick. Yeah, take a look at this.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
This
very
is how
cool.
hippos shit. Take a look. This is what you think is cute. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Yep, fix your attention right here. Yeah. Wait for it. So hippos like to mark their territory with their feces. And they do so by doing this.
I mean, that's no different than you.
No, Caroline. That's what you think is cute.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's be clear though. Moo Dang is a pygmy hippo.
Oh, everybody. You know what?
I just feel like you're trying to be a contrarian. You're trying to because everybody loves Moo Dang.
No.
She's a pretty
I think
princess.
other people are just jumping on the Mudang train because it's all over the internet. I'm saying it.
Yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I'm saying
I think that's an L. I think maybe that's one of your worst takes. I think you're being a hater.
I think people are rock'em sock'em robots, and I'm not going to endorse.
I think the chat. I think
hippos are human killing machines. They spray poop all over the place. People are sheeple. Listen, Mudang is cute.
Oh,
but
yeah, wow, that's very
do I
cool.
have to
That's
fall
how
in
Will does
line
the
and be like,
helicopter.
oh, Mudang, my savior,
wow, that's
Mudang
very
for
cool.
president,
I'll take.
Brat Mudang summer? No. Okay? Not doing it.
Well, I think you are objectively wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that Mudang is the Hawk Tua of the animal kingdom. I said it.
Okay. Well, you think you know a person, and I said to my chat if Camp Knut's not going on, but I think this is grounds for maybe divorce.
Wow. We're not married.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Rare will else
We can get married and then
no,
divorce.
We're getting married and then we're getting divorced.
Okay. All right, fine.
So
you're a big Mudang head.
yeah, I'm a huge Moo Dang head. And the thing that gets me is that we talked about Moo Dang. And you were being sweet about Moo Dang. And now you're being...
When did we talk about Mudang?
See? Classic.
No,
We had a whole conversation.
When?
It was like right a week ago.
You are making...
It was like a week ago. And I said...
A week ago? I was
"Let's
in
go to
Austin,
Thailand."
Texas.
Or it was when you got back or maybe we were on the phone. And I said, let's go to Thailand. Moo Dang. You were like, yeah, Moo Dang is the best. She's so cute. I love Moo Dang.
This is gaslighting.
No.
This,
you know what you
this
said.
is gaslighting.
You were also on the Moodang train, and
Gaslight,
now
gatekeep,
you're
girl
being
boss.
contrarian, and you're like, no, I never liked Moodang. You know what? When Moodang gets bigger, I'm gonna give her your name.
Yeah, because she'll kill me because she's a hippo. And hippos kill 500 people a year.
Like I said, maybe it's deserved.
500 people a year.
Maybe it's deserved.
No, maybe we can have her over to the house and she can spray shit all over the place.
Maybe she would only shit on your.
Oh yeah,
Pokemon
wow,
cards.
that's very cool.
Well, they're
very selective.
Well, they're slabbed,
Selective
so
with
they
the
would be
shitting.
fine. They would be fine because they're slabbed.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
this is clearly something that I guess we disagree on.
I cannot overlook what assholes hippos are. Can't do it. I think Moodang is cute. Is she like otherworldly, change my life cute? No. And that's why I fight for all the dogs in this country that need homes.
Okay.
And all the shelters that are underfunded. And all of these people are giving all their attention to a pampered,
How do I mute your
kept
mic?
hippo that dreams of killing us, while all of these dogs that we have in this country are fighting to survive. And perhaps
No,
it takes
you are not
one.
playing Sarah McLachlan.
Yes, I am.
No.
Perhaps it takes one brave truth sayer. One brave truth saver to come forward and say, Moodang is cute, but dogs are much cuter.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
And I
very
stand
cool.
with them.
Hippo just trying to live a
I
life.
just would never make the comparison. I would never throw one.
Well, that's because you're not a brave truth sayer who would put his name on the line. Stand against a world gone mad where immigrants can eat our dogs and cats.
I'm leaving.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats, Caroline. And they're putting Moodang on a throne.
More Moodang for me.
They're putting Moodang on a throne. One
More
brave
Moodang
truth
for
sayer.
me. More Moodang.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Eat the dog, save the profits.
One brave truth sayer, ladies and gentlemen.
For just one low payment of $4.99, you can help sponsor a dog today.
That's right. God. All right, everybody keeps saying she's a pygmy hippo. Has anybody looked this up? Oh, no one has looked it up because pygmy hippos are just as aggressive as normal hippos. Wow. Will, she's a pygmy hippo. Will, she's a pygmy hippo. Will, she's a pig. They're just as aggressive. Just as aggressive. One brave truth sayer standing against the tide.
That's very cool.
This is slander.
One brave truth sayer, one man stood up and said no more. One brave streamer would not be silenced. He would not go with the flow. He stood up and said, Moodang is cute, but is she cuter than your family dog? Is she cuter than all those dogs out there in the street who need a home? I say no. Farley is ugly. There, I said it. Moodang fans, you guys see who you're associating with? Do you guys see who you're associating with?
Moodang truly is a pygmy hippo. She keeps
That's who
saying
you're
she's not
associating
like
with.
the other
Moodang
hippos,
fans, they're all
but
the
we know
same.
the truth.
The venomous left supporting Moodang. Fake news, folks. They're all the same. The violent Mudang apologizers. This is Mudang in a few years. Killing machine. Absolute killing machine.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Save a dog. Forget the pygmy.
Yeah. Mudang fans be like, yo, oh my god, look at how cute.
Fuck Mudang.
Mudang fans be like, oh my god, look at how cute. It's only a pygmy drone. It's only a small drone. Not buying it. Mudang fans be like, no, it's a pygmy drone. Not taking the cheese. News is ready. Oh, heck yeah, baby. We can look at a few more clips here. What's this one?
Meet you. Yes,
Hey,
yeah.
jackass, use the fucking microphone.
Oh, see you.
Put it in
Wait,
their
Chance is coming.
face.
Chance, hello?
We can't hear them at all. All we hear are your dumbass questions. We don't
Okay,
hear
what?
their answers, and we hear two combos at the same fucking time. Why would you bring a mic and not use it? It's not a Blue Yeti, and I think you know that.
I can't breathe. Thanks
Okay,
for a
do
hilarious
better.
4 years, you hysterical SOB.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the 48.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chance. I'm sorry.
Nick, I'm just trusting you, and now I'm getting yelled at by Chance by proxy, okay?
Yeah, sorry. Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Soda's watching TwitchCon being a hater arc was fucking incredible. It was fucking incredible. Never change Fan. Oh, dude, Fan was wild.
Guess is closest to the actual price we paid. Will
Oh
receive
yeah,
10
wow,
points.
that's very cool.
Presenting for us
Welcome
today
back,
is
Daddy
none
missed
other than
you.
the stunning, beautiful,
Thank you
but
so
slightly
much.
terrifying Fan, bring her out.
Yeah, Fan, yeah.
Here she comes.
That's
Give
my
it up
girl.
for Fan. You know what? Let's talk to Fan real quick. Come on down, Fan. Give it up for Fan. Fan, our product presenter, looking absolutely fabulous. Are you excited for today's show?
Yes, I'm extremely excited. I'm also nervous that people can see my pussy.
Oh.
I just realized that they're lower and
No.
If we're gonna get banned, that's the best way to
Yeah,
go.
honestly. Thank
Sorry.
you, Fan, for taking one for the team.
if you want to spend a night with me, all it's going to cost you is 2 lines of coke.
Oh my God! Really? That's it?
I'm role playing.
Oh yeah.
I'm role playing. Oh, all right.
Like a hooker. So.
Oh my God.
Unhinged. Wild. Anyway, TwitchCon was excellent. I had a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yes,
that's
go
very
ahead.
Cool.
Thoughts on this? I talked about this earlier. I gave a pretty definitive answer. My answer was that he seems to be a bit old for this role, but Gunn is starting in the middle of the universe and not at
Oh,
the
yeah,
origin.
wow,
So
that's very cool.
But if you want to see my
Chill.
longer take, you can watch the VOD. Speaking of DC, I'm getting my expectations very low. Hope we get surprised. A new Batman game is reportedly in the works at Rocksteady. PlayStation are also trying to get exclusivity for the game. Hopefully it's just not a live service game. Like, just give us a good single player game. I think Kill the Justice League was a game that could have been excellent. I think there were pieces of Kill the Justice League that were good. And ultimately, it was so overshadowed by how thin and frail the game felt that people were rightly angry because it just felt like there were some good mechanics and it went nowhere.
Oh yeah, wow.
It just
that's
felt
very
like you were
cool.
playing the
Yo,
same
25 months.
10-minute content loop for 15 hours. And it was like, what the heck? Like, this could have been so fun. Thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate you. In a meta way, I underestimated the Penguin show the same way the characters underestimated Oz in the show. The first episode was so fucking good. Yeah, so there are mixed reviews on the Penguin show. I have not watched it yet. I'm probably watching it tonight with peace and love, no spoilers. I'm really excited for it, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. I think they need to make a Batman game where you play as the villains and get hunted by Batman and have to escape. That would be fire. Ocean Gate submarine news. Is this the... What? A former Ocean Gate contractor testified that the company's Titan submarine relied on a hand-typed Excel spreadsheet to map the submarine's location. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
That doesn't even make sense. My brain can't comprehend that. The first trailer for the Thunderbolts has been released. I watched this. Let's take a look at this.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
It does make sense, actually. Most of the world runs on Microsoft Excel.
It does make... Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry. Bro, let me just say something. If you were in a vessel and you were taking a potentially life-threatening trip, let's say a flight, and you had to fly by a mountain range, and someone said, don't worry, you're perfectly safe. We have an Excel spreadsheet. I think your butthole would pucker. I think your butthole would pucker a little bit. You wouldn't be like, oh, no, it's okay. A lot of the world uses Excel. You would be like, wait, my life hangs in the balance?
Milena? Elena!
Hi, Dad.
Sorry about the wait. It was on an important call. Highly classified. Lot of work. Many irons in fire.
You feel fulfilled?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so full. So filled. But why do you ask this? What brings you here?
There is something wrong with me. An emptiness.
Oh yeah, wow,
I'm just
that's very cool.
drifting.
All right. Where is my mind gets used entirely too much. And every time I hear it, I still get excited. That song has a hold on me.
And I don't have purpose. I thought throwing myself into work was the answer.
Neff 5, Neff 5, Neff 5.
With your feet on the air, your head on the ground. Try to stay and spin. Yeah.
Oh no.
Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Who sent you, Bob?
Nobody. You were all sent?
Everyone here has done bad things. Shadow ops. Robbing government labs. Contract kills.
Yeah, so?
So, someone wants us gone.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Twitch reminding me my sub expired. Ads when I want to get back to listening to a goddamn you, Twitch.
Thank you, Sonic Frost.
What the hell?
We're brought up with this belief that there are good guys And there are bad guys.
What's the plan?
This could get messy. But eventually, you come to realize that there are bad guys. And there are worse guys. And nothing else. Look at you. So adorable.
Don't worry, she's bulletproof. What happened to bulletproof? It's bulletproof-ish.
Is that Bucky?
That's not good.
I don't know. I think it looks better than some of the Marvel projects that have been coming out recently. And I, from that trailer, not willing to be like, I hate it. This is crap. I think it looks okay. I will be the first to admit, I know precious fucking little about the Thunderbolts. I have never read a Thunderbolts comic, as I am not really a Marvel guy. So I don't really know. What do Thunderbolts fans think of this trailer? I know so little about the characters pictured. Do you know anything about Sentry? Not really. Is he the one who looks like, oh, Sentry? Oh, wait, I do know this character. What's the character that looks like Captain America, but with like a different suit? Who's that guy? U.S. agent? That's awesome. Dude, U.S. agent. We got Captain America at home. The U.S. agent. Sick.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Yeah, I really don't know much about the Thunderbolts. Oh my God. What is this? Poll time. Should I go on Fortnite Friday with Connor Eats Pants? Oh my God, George Santos is going to go on Fortnite Fridays. What the fuck? What the hell? Holy shit. That's wild. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have bullshitted and stalled and talked to you guys for long enough. We've done our recap, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in our stream setup. We're back at home. Here we are in the warm embrace of all of my little accoutrement and trinkets. We have my mic back. Stream sounds good. It looks good. And now it's time to get to our premium content, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, Haas, could you do me a favor and play the graphic for me?
These days, everyone wants to be an anchorman and do the news, but everyone else is a fake and a phony. This is the only real news on this fucking platform. If you want to know what matters in this sad little world, this is the only place to get all the news that's fit to breeze. Brought to you by the Badass Boss, hosted by the one and only, your mother-fucking favorite anchor, Will Neff.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Neff News, aka all the news that is fit to print. If you've never been here on a Monday before, This news is the most inconsequential, stupid, and funny news that we could find on the internet. So if you're looking for any kind of real takes or information about anything, this is not the place. This is the dumbest shit we could find. Anyway, let's get right into it. We're going to go first to our animals section. Bears are back, ladies and gentlemen, and they're terrorizing
some kind of scary music for this or something like that. Yeah, close encounter with a black bear in Bloomfield, all caught on camera. A local landscaper was working at one of his sites yesterday when he came face to face with a bear.
Yeah, he sure did. Channel 3 Eyewitness News reporter Amanda Callahan joining us live from the neighborhood where it happened after speaking with that man who you just saw scurry on away. Hi, Amanda.
Hi, Mark and Aaron. Let me tell you, I am on high alert looking around because we know that bear was somewhere here yesterday. It was certainly a close encounter for Andrew Hart. And he told me this isn't the first time that he's seen a bear, but it is the first time that he's seen one without a window to protect him in between. Take a look at this video from the security cameras at the house where he saw that bear yesterday. You can see him walk up to the house, and he told me he had just opened up that garage right there, and about 10 minutes before he was going back to get some tools, and he had noise-canceling headphones on, so he did not hear anything. And then the moment he steps inside, he...
Oh my God. He had noise-canceling headphones on. That must have scared the ever-loving shit out of him. Listening to Sarah McLachlan do the vocals from Silence, and all of a sudden there's a bear in your face.
is confronted by that large black bear.
You can see at that moment, he knew he had fucked up. Bro, look at that JoJo stance he hit. Dude, my man is full sprint running this way while looking backwards.
Hart says he knows you aren't supposed to run from bears because you'll startle them, but fear just took over.
I was thinking to myself, don't run, don't run, don't run. But it was too late. You know, you see a bear in front of you, what are you just going to stand there, stand your ground? I couldn't do it.
Hell no.
Not in the moment.
That's a big bear, too.
Wow, that's very cool.
Holy shit, who knew bodybuilding champ Will Neff was going to be in that dude's garage?
Okay, bro.
Bear wasn't too interested in Hart. He then sauntered over to the neighbor's house. That's where he found some food in their trash can. Hart actually took that video of the bear eating out of the trash can, so he wasn't too afraid. He went back and finished up that job. He told me that he will be back here, but maybe without those noise-canceling headphones, especially, you know, when he's doing jobs in the area that bears live as well. So live in Bloomfield, Amanda Callahan, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Bears on the loose. Apparently, I'm a bear now, too. Hey, I'll take it. Okay, our next story is called Rat Car. What the fuck am I looking at? Whoa! Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, is that the steak? That's steak, ladies and gentlemen, of the Skibbity Toilet series. Steak is a new friend that I got to make at TwitchCon.
That's very cool.
He
Holy
is
shit,
hilarious.
Who knew bodybuilding champion Will Neff was
Go
going to
and
show
check
home?
him out on YouTube. He made me laugh. His content's really funny. Appreciate you, Steak. No, not to be confused with steak.com. This is... This is different steak. Different steak. The food, not the amount you put up to play a hand of poker. Stake the food, not stake the bet. Guys, go check him out on YouTube. He's really, really, really funny, and he was a great friend to meet at TwitchCon. Had a lot of fun sitting down with him and having some food at the Omni. Thanks for stopping by, bud. Yo, what in the ratatouille is this?
My dad surprised me on my birthday with 2 little cars.
Fuck you guys. I'm an old man. I have technical difficulties. Can't they help me? I'm sorry. What I was seeing was beyond my human understanding, and I was distracted. I'm sorry.
My dad surprised me on my birthday with 2 little cars.
Oh.
I was definitely skeptical that the rats would learn to drive the car at first.
Oh.
But they were really quick to pick it up. The middle pedal accelerates it forward. The pedal on the left.
Do not show tech bros in San Francisco this, or we will move from self-driving cars to rat driving cars before you know it. I will be paying $30 a ride to be in a rat taxi. Anything to not pay taxi drivers.
Turns the car to the left, and the pedal on the right turns the car to the right.
They drive very similar to how a human drives. Biggest difference is that their eyesight is not good, so they really orient themselves by smell.
Cusco is definitely the perfectionist with this. He will keep adjusting the turning until he is sure he is dead on.
This is crazy.
Learning how to brake. Whereas Kronk can be a bit more chaotic.
Kronk will...
I need a rat NASCAR league like I need to breathe. If I was able to watch and bet on rat cars, it'd be over for me. This would be my most watched sport. Overnight, this would overtake human NASCAR. Are you telling me the RASCAR league doesn't appeal to you?
And just push the forward lever and not let go until he gets the treat.
It becomes a bit of a dialogue. Our rats communicate with us in so many ways just with the time we spend with them.
Hey, good boy.
They definitely show us like every day how in tune with us they can be.
Thank you so much.
The best moment is when you see it click.
Todile, thank you.
Welcome home, King.
They do it correct by accident, and you can see in their head, be like, oh, that's it. It's fully open.
So these aren't even special rats. These aren't even like lab rats. These are just rats that they gave cars to, and they learned to drive this fast?
Decide when to enter and exit the vehicle.
I didn't learn to drive this fast. It took me way longer to operate a vehicle than these rats.
Double trouble. They're pretty quick to run and jump in the car and want to drive. They've really come to embody their names. Kronk is such a bombastic personality. He
okay,
loves-
I don't know if I could listen. I am an animal lover. I don't know if I could have rats with that kind of free range in my house.
Cannonballing into the abyss. On the contrary, Cusco's a little more even keel.
Cusco's like, I don't think so.
After we got Cusco and Kronk, we became rat obsessed.
This is a rat apartment.
I also just noticed there's a cat tree behind you.
Oh,
Do
you
have
mean
a
the
cat-
rat tree? Yes.
Of course.
We've got different toys here, and the rats absolutely love this one. We have a bunch of different puzzle
My
boxes.
dog literally has the same one. That's amazing.
We've also got these big boxes of wine, which we've created mazes out of. We're like,
whoa!
Howdy y'all, did y'all like League of Pigs? Wait till y'all see Ratchard Petty run the Taylor Dacre 500.
Yeah, dude. I feel like this could be big streaming content.
excited about this. We're just creating a speed climbing wall in homage to the Olympics. Well, we'll see how that one goes.
That's awesome.
It's the rats world. We just live in it. They're not with us.
Okay, they look pretty cute there. That reminds me of like Secrets of Nim. You know what I mean?
For a long time, so we want to be sure that it's for a really
Oh,
good time.
I don't know about them face kisses though.
I developed such a unique relationship with each of them.
Their personalities have really shown me like how capable, affectionate, and nurturing they are. I really didn't think I could care so much for a small creature like a rat.
Aww. I liked that segment. Yeah, maybe if Moo Dang could drive, I would get back in, you know? Someone get her a little tiny car. All right, catfishing is our next story.
Well, it started out as a routine fishing trip, turned into something special for a Minnesota angler.
Just before heading out, Eric Kofsky heard an unexpected meowing, which led him to find a cat. From there, he had a new companion join him while fishing. Photojournalist Scott Wise caught up with the angler on his new friendship.
How's the finger holding up? My hand is still kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. That middle finger is still just really janky, but I'm doing all right.
We could hear a cat yowling offshore. We just figured it was somebody didn't let their cat in at night. Swam from shore and just came straight towards me. Got him cleaned up and kind of dried off, and he kind of just stuck with me all day and didn't really want to get off the board and just hung out and started climbing.
I feel like when an animal chooses you, that's like when the real magic happens. You feel like a druid. You know what I mean? You feel like a Disney princess when an animal chooses you and you're like, oh, well, we have a lifetime bond now.
On me and crawling on my back, sitting on my shoulder while I'm fishing, catching a fish, he's on my shoulder. There was times where he was trying to sleep on my shoulder and was like giving me the annoyed look like he was trying to fall asleep, and you keep moving. Wouldn't be more than a foot away from me the whole time I was loading up my stuff, so I asked him if he wanted to get into the Jeep, and he hopped right in, so he did.
I ended up getting a picture of a little
cool.
mangy
Thank
kitten
you.
on his paddleboard.
They had it named before I got home.
My one son was like, oh, Fisher would be perfect. He's a really sweet boy. Very loving, very affectionate.
Pulled the cars out of there, and he had free reign of the garage for a while, and then once we got where he's clear with the fleas and stuff like that, we brought him in the house yesterday after his bath, and he's integrating. Some things just happen. You don't get to question them. It just happens.
Yeah.
There was bigger things at play, and I think that he was meant to find Eric for whatever that means. He was meant to come here. We didn't want a cat, but we want him. You know, he's found his place here. He's ours.
How can you not love?
That is a cute fucking cat. That is a cute fucking cat. Cat lovers, you guys know what I know.
And this time
and I'm going to be
September-
real about this. Not all cats are created equal. Some cats are dickheads. But when you get a good cat, that shit goes crazy. Good cats go absolutely nuts. I'm a believer now. Because I finally met some of the good cats, and I'm like, all right, these cats fucking rule. Whale almost eats seal is the next story.
We start to see a lot more lunge feeding. There's just the bait fish get really rich here this time of the year. Yeah, lunge feeding is where a whale like comes and opens its mouth up, takes a big like gulp of these fish, and they get like the fish in the water and all of it, and then they kind of push the water out through their baleen and then swallow the bait fish. And sure enough, you know, this whale just comes out of the water with its mouth open and slurps these bait fish up, and we're all like, you know, excited about that because that's always like it's just a really cool behavior to see and witness. But then like right after that, the whale just kind of sat there at the surface. And then finally the whale just, you know, stopped and went back underwater. And that's when everybody had a chance to like get their, you know, like pull up the photos on their cameras. And, you know, it only took a couple seconds for everybody to like pull up the frames and like zoom in and see that there was, you know, and that's when we saw the seal, which was, it was a funny moment for everybody. I mean, it probably wasn't that funny for the seal, but,
I bet you're wondering how I got here. And the days go by, water flowing underground once in a lifetime.
But it was hilarious. Like you can see like the seal in the mouth and like just like the look on its face is like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure that the seal was just fine.
That would be that is ultimate terror.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but if a whale swallows me, that is the most terrifying thing that could happen. Some Pinocchio shit. Pesto the penguin is big. Pesto is the biggest penguin in the Melbourne Aquarium ever.
A curious and bold bird with what seems like a bottomless appetite.
Pesto gets fed approximately 4 times a day. Each feed is about 8 fish. He's often first to greet us in the morning and come wandering over chirping at us for some breakfast.
When
Wait,
Pesto
that's a
hatched
baby?
9 months
That's a baby? That's a huge penguin.
ago, he weighed 200 grams. Now he's 22.5 kilograms. And with his 12-kilogram dad in front, Junior clearly dwarfs him and every other bird here.
He's almost double their size. He's definitely on the upper percentile
That thing is a unit.
in terms of king penguin chicks.
King penguin chicks need to stack on weight early to survive sub-zero temperatures and are not yet waterproof. But Pesto...
Dude, he's built like Hassan, dude. Holy shit.
is especially large because of genetics.
He definitely comes from a family of big babies.
And Pesto's eye-catching girth has also seen videos of him rack up millions of views online, plus a flurry of visitors locally, internationally, and of all ages.
They like them fluffy.
Yeah, he's adorable. He's so sweet.
We come to see the fluffy thing.
The penguins seem
fluffy
unaware of the
thing.
fuss, but the aquarium is warning visitors to be careful.
If we do have people banging on the acrylic, using flash photography, or trying to make a penguin follow their finger, that's really not wanted behaviour, as that can stress them out.
There are about 60 penguins in this exhibition right now, but Pesto is the only chick. So he's not only super famous outside, he's very important in here. So in many ways, it's his kingdom for now. It is nesting and breeding season, so hopefully more chicks will hatch in Melbourne. And in a few months, Pesto himself will get a summer body.
Pesto is healthy. We're not concerned about his weight at all. He is a chunky monkey, but once those baby feathers come off, he'll shrink like a balloon and he will be slender and beautiful and ready to take his first dip in the pool.
Or perhaps a giant splash. Iskandar Razak, ABC News, Melbourne.
Okay, that was pretty cute. I'm big into Pesto. Cinnamon the capybara is on the run. Oh no.
And on the run in Shropshire, the capybara, called Cinnamon, the world's biggest rodent. Now this is Cinnamon. She's a capybara and she is on the run after escaping from
Mert, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream.
a zoo in Shropshire. Capybaras are native to South America. They're the largest living rodents in the world. Despite her size, she's not quite that big, this one has not been seen since Saturday night. Navtej Johal has joined those searching today.
Meet Cinnamon, the capybara. She's meant to be living here at Who Zoo and Dinosaur World near Telford with her mum, dad and twin brother. But on Friday, the nearly one-year-old engineered a dramatic escape.
Oh, God.
When we were coming in to mow her paddock, she was actually hidden in the long grass next to the gate, and the keeper didn't notice. When he opened the gate, she very quickly slipped round the side of the tractor and got out. At the moment, the area that we're pretty sure that she's living in is basically a capybara dream. It's got waterways, marshland, loads of food, so she's going to be living her best life over there.
With the zoo's permission, we approached Cinnamon's family for a comment.
Would you like to see Cinnamon back? Are you worried about her?
The mom did it. The mom did it. I can tell. It's a JonBenet Ramsey situation, just the way that she was behaving there.
If she's a bit further away, we'll draw her back into the area.
We set out with the zoo staff to the woodland where they suspect Cinnamon may be hiding out. They're even playing capybara calls through loudspeakers here to lure her home.
If you see her, don't try and capture her yourself, not because she's likely to do anything to you. She absolutely isn't. What she'll do is she'll run away, and that could push her further away from home, which we don't want.
Although the zoo is confident she'll return unharmed, they are conducting a mass search tonight. Meanwhile, the only eyewitness to the escape didn't want to talk.
Have you seen Cinnamon?
Navtej Johal, BBC News, Telford.
The way they built this story was incredible. All right, there's a part 2 on this story.
An adventurous capybara, a rodent native to South America, has evaded capture after escaping from a zoo in the UK. The one-year-old named Cinnamon broke out of her pen.
Is that drone footage?
On Saturday, she was briefly located using a thermal imaging drone, but disappeared before she could be captured.
Still on the loose. Cinnamon. Still on the loose. What's this? We have an update. There's a part 3.
Still to come, captured at last, Cinnamon the capybara, who escaped from a zoo in Shropshire, has been caught.
She's coming home.
Finally, just to tell you, a capybara which escaped from a zoo in Shropshire has been caught. Cinnamon, the giant rodent, has been on the run in woodland for a week, prompting a search which included drones. But she was found safe and well in a pond this afternoon and is now back in her enclosure at Who Zoo near Telford. Well, that takes us to the weather. Here's Thomas Schaffernacker. Hello.
Wow. Cinnamon,
I have to say,
no longer on the run. Caught. All right, next story, a musical zoo.
This is a healthy, happy sloth bear. And no, she wouldn't usually play the harmonica, but the experience stimulates her senses and mind. Enrichment is any practice where zookeepers give animals something new, from perches to toys to exotic foods and scents. The idea is to encourage captive animals to keep their wild behavior sharp, or give them a mental challenge, some exercise, or just an interesting toy to investigate.
We want our animals to be as natural as possible. We want to encourage natural behaviors as much as possible.
At Smithsonian's National Zoo, keepers recently gave residents musical instruments. Animals definitely wouldn't find those in the wilds, but they are unique to look at, to touch, and to listen to. It's a bit avant-garde, yes.
Holy shit, that guy's off the map. God damn. Yo, that was some math jazz. Let me get that back.
It's a bit avant-garde,
Oh,
yes.
fuck. Somebody call the Doors. Holy shit.
It's a bit avant-garde, yes, but a jam session can have real health benefits. Enrichment reduces stress and makes zoo residents less likely to pick up unnatural behaviors like pacing or swimming in circles. And you have to admit, it's fun to listen to.
We got rats driving. We got otters playing the organ. I think it's the end of the day of man.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Other jazz is the future.
Tonight, a near catastrophic story with a
God damn it.
picture perfect ending.
God damn it.
A missing cat's unbelievable journey home. How cute is that cat? So this California cat went missing months ago in a different state, and it was found in Roseville.
Yeah, this is a story you gotta see to believe. Your reporter covering Placer County, Brady Halbleib, has more on this cat's journey. Yes, from Yellowstone to Roseville and back to its home in Salinas.
What?
I just hear this yowling.
It was July 1st when Alex Bitts stopped right here on her way into work after she heard what she calls a cat yowling.
Cats don't generally yowl like that unless there's something wrong.
She went down into this drainage ditch outside of Sutter Roseville Hospital to find this cat barely holding on to life.
Wait a minute. That looks like the Mothman prophecies. That does not look like a cat. What the fuck?
This cat barely holding on to life.
It took a while for me to actually get the cat close enough to see it.
As an animal lover at heart, Alex did what she says was the right thing to do. So she DoorDashed canned cat food to work and brought a cup of fresh water during her break.
As soon as I opened that first can, he did poke his head up and he recognized the sound. So to me, that indicated that he was a pet.
The next day, Alex returned with more food and a dog kennel. She was able to get the cat inside and she took it home, nurtured it for a few days before taking the cat to Placer SPCA.
It was the hardest thing we had to do.
1 month before, Suzanne and Ben Anguiano were camping
Terrible to say. Thank you for the 20 months.
in Yellowstone with their 2 cats while transferring
Yo,
them.
that's my mom's cat? Wait, what? This is your family?
From the truck to the camper, their cat Rainbow escaped, running off into the woods, and park rangers there didn't give them any encouraging news.
He goes, good luck. If your cat doesn't make it home tonight, good luck.
After searching for 5 days, they had to give up and return to their home in Salinas.
I felt like I was abandoning him.
Now here's where things get wild. After being surrendered to the SPCA, the cat was scanned for a microchip, revealing it was registered to Suzanne.
I still didn't believe it. I said, okay, you have to describe him to me, because it was so overwhelming that this could be true.
The theory is Rain hitched a ride knowingly or unknowingly with someone who happened to live in Roseville.
As God has placed all the little, as we look back,
signs,
all the signs,
yeah,
were there,
allowing the pieces to line up for Rain to be found by Alex.
Things lined up the way that they were supposed to, that it wasn't me necessarily, but somebody working through me.
Wow, Alex went above and beyond.
Yes.
You said it, how many people would have heard the cat and just assume it was...
Stopped and done what she did. If cats could talk. I said that the first
Dude, cats are built diffy.
time I heard this
If
story.
that was a dog,
That cat walked 500 miles and 500 more just to be the kitty that walked 1,000 miles to lay down at
and
their door.
I would walk
Wow.
500 miles. Dude, if that was a dog, that's over. Cats are built diffy. Cats can survive. Okay, I saw this story and
Earth is getting a second moon
it made me really scared.
for a limited time. Astronomers say an asteroid will come close enough to Earth to temporarily enter its orbit at the end of the month. Let's bring in astrophysics professor Adam Frank from the University of Rochester for more. Adam, what can you tell us about this so-called mini moon, and how does this work?
Yeah, so the idea here is that the...
Adam, where the fuck are you right now? Adam, for some reason, I think that your
It is kind of crazy to think how
background
life is RNG. All it
is
takes
not
is one
real.
asteroid
I
and
think
we're all
you
wrecked.
may or may not be on the Death Star. And I'm going to tell you, as the space expert, your background's making me nervous. It's making me a little fucking nervous because I hear asteroid, second moon, close to Earth, and I'm thinking this could be the end of times. And you're calling me live from the fucking Death Star, the planet destroyer itself, to chill me out? Come on, man.
solar system, which we think of as being pretty chill, just planets going around in circles forever, is actually...
That's no moon.
Pretty chaotic. And there's a lot of asteroids and comets flying around, and it's pretty dynamic in a lot of ways. And what we're having here is a asteroid, which is basically a flying mountain in
This is like if somebody called in to tell you that a wildfire was not dangerous and their background was the Balrog. You know what I mean? You're like, wait, is he trying to tell me something?
That's very cool.
What
Great
is
content
happening?
always. Appreciate you.
that usually orbits close to the Earth or orbits in the same distance from the sun as the Earth, and it's getting captured by the Earth's gravity, and it'll be part of the Earth-Moon system. It'll orbit the Earth for maybe about 2 months, and then it'll get flung back out. So we get a little teeny tiny little moon for about 2 months.
Cool.
Okay, so how close are we talking
Best day
when
of
we
my
say
life.
this?
Love this stream.
Thank you so much, Gabe. I'm happy you've been getting so much out of the streams. That makes me really happy.
This asteroid is coming into Earth's orbit. Do we have to be worried about this?
No, not at this point, luckily, because if something this size were to hit the Earth, it would be an apocalypse of of a...
You're not making me feel better.
biblical kind. So really here what we've got is something that's at about the moon's orbit or so. It's about that kind of distance. So in no way is it going to get close enough to threaten us in any way. But the important thing here is that we watch the skies. Astronomers are spending a lot of time trying to catalog these classes of asteroids.
Yeah, dude, that didn't make me feel any better. Listen to his response. This is the worst.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
worried
cool.
about this?
A little burned out at the
No,
moment,
no,
so
not at
I
this
am glad
point.
to be here and enjoying this segment. Thank you for being you.
Thank you.
Luckily, because if something this size were to hit the Earth, it would be an apocalypse of of a biblical kind. So,
So you're saying I shouldn't be worried because if we were worried, then we would all fucking die. Are you telling me to not worry because if it goes wrong, it doesn't matter? Like, I don't know what you're saying, brother. Because I'm feeling real American in this moment, and I'm saying let's not wait. Let's nuke this fucking thing. Let's launch some nukes into orbit. Hey, Elon, your time is now, baby. You got rid of that ban button, but I hope you kept that red button to send them nukes into space. Because I don't trust it. I don't want a tiny moon. You know what? While we're at it, get rid of the normal moon too. Hallelujah. I'm tired of that moon. I'm tired sitting in the air mocking me.
Send Bruce Willis
Just
back
biding
out there.
its
He still
time.
got it.
Really here what we've got is something that's at about the moon's orbit or so. It's about that kind of distance. So in no way is it going to get close enough to threaten us in any way. But the important thing here is that we watch the skies. Astronomers are spending a lot of time.
I got bad news, Will. We're living in Armageddon, not Independence Day. Get your ass to an oil rig and find a team of deep-sea oil drillers.
I don't want to fall asleep. I don't want to blind my mind because I miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I still miss you, babe. That movie fucking ruled.
Trying to catalog these classes of asteroids to make sure that we understand where all of them are. Because if any were to get close enough to the Earth, we thought there was a possibility of hitting us, we'd have to figure out how to divert it or do something to it to keep it from striking the Earth.
So will we be able to see it? Do we need a telescope or any special eyewear?
Can you imagine if our timeline ends now in an apocalyptic event and like a million years from now, intelligent life finally reaches the Earth and just like Pompeii, our society is frozen in time and they're able to like open up our last days and they're like, tell me about the humans. How did they live? And there's like a long pause and they're like, they were Costco guys. They had something called a double chunk chocolate cookie that they all worshipped.
Can you see it with the naked eye?
Yeah, it's pretty small, so you're not going to be able to see it with the naked eye. You're going to need a telescope.
Yes. Quick train some blue-collar oil workers how to fly a spaceship drill up our asteroid.
True. We need Bruce Willis one more time.
Even then, it may be pretty difficult given its distance. So it's more the idea of it than actually we're getting an extra moon. Because, I've always been a little bit disappointed. One moon in the sky, I really would be better. It'd be a much more interesting sky if we had 2 or 3, like some other planets. So sadly, we're not going to get to see this one.
All right. Well, Adam, get working on that, will you? We want to see another moon.
Working on it right now.
By the way, I think you win the award for coolest Zoom background of any guest we've ever had.
Thank you very much. Always got to be ready.
Love it. Astrophysics professor Adam Frank. Adam, thank you.
All right, listen. Adam Frank, I don't know if I feel better or if I feel worse, but the fact that he was so unaffected by the fact that there is an asteroid headed towards Earth, I don't know.
But first at 4, the search
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first, a bull has escaped the rodeo.
for a missing bull continues tonight.
Chatter that said it was their mom sent this. Oh, it's the kitty. Safe at home. Safe and sound. Hell yeah.
After multiple broke free from a rodeo that was being held at the Emerald Square Mall on Sunday.
One was caught right away. 6 were found in Attleboro neighborhood, and there's still one on the loose tonight. 12 News reporter Sheila Lasciuto has been following around the rodeo crew trying to look for that missing
school bus size, not a planet destroyer
animal.
Wait a minute. I thought I recognized that fucking asteroid. I thought I recognized that goddamn asteroid. Miss Frizzle, you
everyone!
bitch.
Please let this be a normal field trip with a friend. No way!
Cruising on down Main Street, you're relaxed and feeling good.
Miss Frizzle, what have you done?
Puss in the neighborhood, surfing on a sine wave, swinging through the stars. Take a left at Human Testing.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Octopus in the neighborhood?
Miss Frizzle accidentally
everyone!
ends all life on Earth by crashing the magic school bus from orbit.
Please let this be a normal field trip with a friend. No way!
Cruising on down Main Street, you're relaxed and feeling good. Next thing that you know, you're seeing Puss in the neighborhood, surfing on a sine wave, swinging.
There it is. Earth's second moon. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, exclusive footage. Earth's second moon as it passes. The Frizz.
Take a left at Human Testing. Take your second right past Mars on the magic school bus. Alligator nostril. Climb on the magic school bus. Make a Plankton too.
Take that!
On our magic school bus. Drop the river of love.
They're one of the best games
On the magic school bus. Such a fine thing to do.
Yeah, magic school bus
Strap
fucking
your
rules.
bones right to the seat. Come on in and don't be shy. Just to make your day complete. You might get baked into a pie on the magic school bus. Step inside, it's a wild ride. Come on, ride on the magic school bus.
Gets lost in space. Holy shit. Miss Frizz was in the Illuminati. She was trying to tell us the entire time there were signs everywhere. There were signs everywhere.
That includes a lot of wooded areas we're seeing.
We are getting to know this neighborhood really well today. Right now, we are live on Logan's Run. It's right off of Newport Avenue, which is right by the Attleboro, North Attleboro line. You see there is a blue truck and a trailer behind me. That belongs to the rodeo crew that's out there looking for this missing bull right now. You can see it's a really wooded area. They're back there looking for that missing animal.
All right, show us the escape.
Cell phone
Oh my
footage
God.
captures a chaotic scene
Oh,
at the Emerald
shit.
Square Mall Sunday in North Attleboro.
Moo Mesa.
Bulls running away from a rodeo. Most of them end up stuck behind a fence at a home on Prescott Street in Attleboro a few hours later. Police and fire crews, along with rodeo experts, all work together to gather the animals.
Come with it now. Burn it. Burn it. Bulls on parade.
But on Monday, the hunt continues for one more. The company who put on the rodeo has sent crews to look for the lone missing bull. The focus appears to be several wooded areas in the neighborhoods off of Allen Avenue. Fire officials say this general area is where the animal was last spotted. The search includes men with rope walking down a neighborhood looking for any signs of that loose animal. And those with the rodeo company are on horses, actively searching the woods here behind me. The town is not playing a role in this search today. However, we did see
Can you imagine being the unlucky hiker who finds a rodeo bull?
Mass State Police helicopter in the air, and we're told that they are up there keeping an eye out, looking for that animal.
And Sheena, what should you do if you spot the animal?
The number one message from local police: do not approach the animal. If you do see it, they say please call 911 and just let the experts handle it from there.
Now an update on a story that's gaining national attention. 8 bulls escaping here from
Come
a
with
rodeo
it
in North
now.
Attleboro. So far, 7 have been recaptured.
Mass State Police had a helicopter in the air today trying to find the one bull that's still missing, and a ground search continues by members of the rodeo. Sheena Loshuto's live in Attleboro tonight with new video from all the chaos. Sheena?
Well, Shannon and Mike, the good news here is no one was hurt throughout all of that.
Wait, isn't this the same story, just back to back?
Employees with the rodeo are on a mission today, bringing out the horses and the rope, searching the woods near Allen Avenue, where authorities say the bull was last spotted.
Him and I were best friends yesterday.
This man says he's
Okay, this guy rules.
The lone bull on Sunday.
I'll bring him back with me.
This guy rules. I want to have a beer with this guy. Listen to that laugh. This man has lived.
And today he's on the lookout to find the animal.
And I saw him on the side of the road, so I stopped. I was here and he was over there. He come this way, so I went that way, and for long I was petting him.
Now at this point,
I was petting him? Yo, that guy's got brass balls.
Now, town officials are not a part of that active search. It's really only the rodeo crew. However, authorities do have a message for you. If you're in this neighborhood and you spot that animal, do not approach it. Authorities say just call 911. Let the experts take it from there. Reporting live in Attleboro tonight, I'm Sheena Loshuto, 12 News.
Sheena Loshuto. At Will Neff, I had to put my dog down on Friday, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate your stream. It's making me feel a little less alone and serving as a pleasant distraction. Thank you for everything you do. P.S. I don't really know how bits work, so I don't know if I'm doing this right. Hey, you did it fine. I'm really sorry to hear that. Losing a pet is the absolute worst. I'm glad I can make you laugh a little bit. Thank you. That's important to me. Giant vegetables growing.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Oh, shit.
Good day. We can grow giant marrows 4 foot in a month, 45 inches.
The zucchini she tells you not to worry about?
These marrows would taste exactly the same as a normal marrow. Nice and tender and lush. Some of them look a bit tough, but once you cut into them, they cut like butter. My name is Philip Fowles. I live in Llanari, Wales, and I grow giant vegetables.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've been growing giant vegetables now for the last 30 years. I come from a very large family. My mother had 17 children.
I prefer the smaller ones. Aw. Are you watching right now with your boyfriend? That's awesome. We have a couple watching us. Tell them I say what's up. An anonymous gifter. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I like zucchini with personality. It's just too much zucchini for me. It ruins the flavor.
Oh,
Who
yeah,
wants
wow,
to
that's
eat
very
all
cool.
that zucchini?
13 of us survived. And I think, that was something, big vegetables feed big families. I'm up here every morning, every night, every single day of the week. There's a lot of love and care goes into it. Sometimes I do a bit of talking to them as well.
Okay, this dude is so cute.
Encourage them to grow, which is a bit of fun. I think he's just about finished growing there now. I got to be very careful. The wife is not about when I start talking to my vegetables, but it's all good fun. I broke the world record for the heaviest cucumber, 25 years ago. It weighed 18.5 pounds, and it was just incredible the way it grew.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
When I started, if we had a marrow, 20, 30 pound in weight, you had a big marrow. Now we're up over 100 pound in weight. A normal cabbage would be 2 pound in weight, while we have grown them 120.
We can't suck forever. Thank you so much.
50 pound. You can feed 100.
It always makes me happy when I find another Jets fan watching the stream.
20, 130, 140 people off one cabbage. This is why I supply the local pub, and they use them up for Sunday lunch. I've developed my own strain, more or less, now. I select my own seed every year, the biggest and the best seed, and it just seems to be improving, which is incredible. I grow organically. I think if I can do it, anybody can do it.
Damn.
And it's a big thrill every day. The wife say, what am I doing up the allotment every day? And when she comes up, she realizes.
So cute. That was so cute. I love that. All right, we got one bonus story. We have the Life of Sfeel from Pokey Earth. I haven't watched this yet.
As the world turns and the rising sun strengthens, ice that once covered the glacial waters begins to break apart. The splintering ice becomes a fleet of rafts that are the perfect place for Walrein to raise their young.
Oh.
A Sfeel.
Sfeel!
At just 1 week old, he has little fat.
Oh, yeah, wow.
And the only
Typical
protection he has
panic,
from the
thank you.
cold is a set of double-layered fur. Due to their unique body shape, Sfeel often have a hard time moving about. It's not easy.
I would watch an entire, 12-part series of Pokey Earth if Sir David Attenborough did the voices. Can you imagine? Cubone? I'm in. The Cubone dawns the skull of its mother, an animal as depressing as it is beautiful. The skull, a constant reminder of the brutal nature of Pokey Earth. Here we see a scissor.
You want by rolling around.
Werner Herzog?
Mum should be around here
my
somewhere.
God.
Like all.
Little does the Sfeel know that it's already being watched by a whale lord. Its days are numbered. The whale lord can kill anywhere between 30 to 40 Sfeels in a single day, a bloodlust unmatched by even that of the human. To watch this Sfeel be pulled apart fills me with a kind of dread that I have not known since my teen years in a boarding school, but it also reminds me of the awesome and unstoppable power of nature.
Toddlers, this Sfeel knows exactly how to get his mother's attention.
I'm not doing my best voice right now because my voice is fried from TwitchCon.
During the nursing period, Sfeel feed from their mothers. The milk, which contains over 70% fat, will help him develop a thick layer of blubber that will improve his chances of survival against winter's deadly grip. Drinking this, Sfeel will gain roughly 5 kilograms a day. In just another week, he'll look like this chubby fellow. These two brothers are eager to explore on their own. However, their curiosity often lands them in trouble. Before they can get back onto the mainland, it becomes clear that this patch of ice has a mind of its own.
Oh no.
These siblings are still too young to swim, and this newfound isolation can prove to be very dangerous. A blizzard quickly approaches. Without the protection of their mother, it won't be long before the storm claims its first victim.
No!
Whether by instinct or through sheer luck, the Avalug appears to have taken a sudden detour back towards the mainland. It will be a long time before the Sfeel are ready to brave the storm without their mother. However, not all wilds feel can be as fortunate.
Oh no.
Nearly 50% of all pups will not survive to adulthood.
Oh no. That was so good. I would absolutely watch a 12-part series on Discovery. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the segment that everybody loves to hate. We are now on to the world record segment. First, we're going to start with wacky vehicles. I'm going to use the restroom really quick while this plays. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Here we go.
This is my workstation. Well, my name is Sudhakar. I'm a founder of this museum. Ladies handbag shaped car. So much of beautiful detail work is there. When I started at the age of 14, started as a hobby. I never thought I'm going to make so many cars. In the beginning, I made a lot of bicycles. The first car I made is shoe-shaped car. And then I made the camera, and this is the door. The flashlight is a headlight. So this is a bridal dress-shaped car. This has a 150cc engine. But the tallest tricycle in the world, about 42 feet height. That's a Guinness World Record. I got it in 2005. Car with all detail work, quite colorful. The sofa set shaped car for 5 people. People see this car, they get a...
I have never seen such a Ludwig coated vehicle in all my life. I have got to get the skibbity toilet car for Ludwig if it's the last thing I do. You know what's crazy? That thing will probably be more reliable than his vehicles. If he had been driving that to TwitchCon, he might have made the show.
Smile on their face. Chessboard.
When are you going on vacation? I don't know. I think soon though. I kind of left it all out there. Camp Knut and TwitchCon. I might take a little break coming up. But I'm not sure. I'm still feeling pretty good. I think the diet is really helping.
There's a magnet here. See? Collected so many cars. I didn't want to sell them. I started a museum. I believe in destiny. It just happened. So my museum is spread on almost 2.5 acres of land. And now it's the 24th year. People love it. Bed-shaped car.
Can you talk about the diet? Yeah, I can talk about the diet. It's just very simple. It's like chicken and rice, beef and rice,
that's for a cooler.
pineapple, and oatmeal. That's like the whole kit and caboodle. It's just very simple. And then I eat a lot of vegetables too. But it's just a very simplified diet. Thank you for that tier 1. I appreciate you. Welcome. Eggs? Yeah, eggs too. My bad. Why pineapple? I don't know. Apparently it helps with digestion. I don't know.
Burger-shaped car.
That looks so surreal with just his head sticking out of a burger.
I don't compromise on detail work. Cup and saucer.
You take supplements? Yeah. Oh, Dizzy 3G. Thank you so much. If you want more information about the diet, you can definitely ask Wake. I think he posted the diet somewhere. But if you really want like the maximum possible information on the diet, I would ask Wake. I think Wake might even be live now.
A shape car, a cake shape car, a suitcase shape car. Of course, a lot of children visit my museum. 500-600 to 1,000 children per day. Original computer shape car.
He's not.
One can
well,
sit
when he
inside.
is.
This is a windscreen. Conference table.
Oh, I think he's actually still in San Diego. But he'll be back soon.
2, 3, 8 seats. Make the children stand inside and see how suffocating it is not to cage the bird. The message.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what?
Make the children stand inside and see how suffocating it is not to cage the bird. The message is free the birds.
Okay. Based? I mean, that's based. I mean, that's pretty based. Oh, is this the Camp Knut diet right here?
Wow, that's very cool.
Yeah. Here is the meal plan.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Thank you so much
here.
for the hot sauce. Just tried it and it's heaven.
Oh, hell yeah, thank you. This is the meal plan right here. Super easy.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
There you go. That's the whole thing. 30 days of that, ladies and gentlemen. 30 days. Is there a link? Yeah, I'll give it to you. Oh, shit. I'm not logged in. Hold on.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Hey Will, I'm sure others have already mentioned it, but I super appreciate how gracious you and Austin were after Name Your Price.
Oh.
You stayed behind so long taking photos and signing badges. Just a solid guy.
Yeah, so if anybody saw Name Your Price, I literally stayed till they made us leave. I told the production crew, I was like, I'm staying. And finally security came out and was like, we have to change the stage. But I think I got to meet like 100 extra people. Because I stayed after Name Your Price, but they finally ejected me. They were like, get out. By the way, dude, I have to apologize. I think I broke 3 in-ear monitors at TwitchCon. I was breaking those things left and right. I was a fucking menace. I felt really bad. I literally left the stage afterward and apologized to the sound guy.
Oh, yeah,
I was like,
wow,
I'm
that's
so
very cool.
sorry.
Snooker table car. Each car with detail work, it takes a lot of time. At least 6 months to 1 year sometimes. This is a shuttlecock shaped car.
How did you break them? I broke one when I ripped off my shirt at Debate Lords. I accidentally ripped my shirt off and ripped it out of my ear and then threw it into the audience. I know I broke one for sure.
This is not a cloth, but we gave the texture like that. Unveiled by the Harlem Globetrotters team. Completely handmade. This took me almost more than 3 years.
Holy shit.
And my target is 100 wacky cars. Till now I made 60 wacky cars.
Wacky is such a funny adjective. By the way, thank you so much for the hype train, guys. I appreciate you.
I still have that excitement when I work on cars. Sharpener. This is a pencil, pen, book. It's an honor. This was quite difficult, quite difficult. I'm so happy they awarded me for the wacky cars. People will love it.
That's a lot of wacky cars. That's a lot of wacky cars. Tallest cosplay Gundam? Oh, fuck yeah. Whoa! Tomato! 10 gifties. Boom! Thank you so much. As someone who has set up for Capcom and TwitchCon, we do not give a fuck, lol. Yeah, I mean, I always feel bad, though. I don't want to, like, make someone else's job at Twitch harder. You know what I mean? I never want to be the guy who, like, production is like, yeah, everything was great, except for Will Neff always breaking shit. You know what I mean? I just never want to make anybody else's job harder, so I went and apologized both times.
when I take off the suit, people say that I don't look like what they expected. Hi, I'm Tom DiPetrillo, and I am the creator of the world's tallest Gundam cosplay.
Hell yeah.
I started at a young age, and I loved making costumes. At Halloween, I would make
headphones boss. By the way, what's up, Loudmouth? I wish I bumped into you at TwitchCon, man. I'm sorry I didn't. Q to Will annihilating the Price's scuff set. Okay, Peanut. This is okay. Listen, all right. Okay, listen. I was told to do that, ladies and gentlemen. Do not listen to Peanut. He is spreading malicious fake lies, fake news, friends. I was encouraged. They said break the set, so I broke the set. But I really broke that set. I fucked that set up. Thank you so much for the subscription.
Costumes. So after I went out and collected all the good candy, I stripped off that costume. I had another costume, and I went back to the best houses to hit them up because they had the best candy. I was at a bar one time dressed as Satan, and somebody said,
yo, that was the wildest cut I've ever seen.
Dressed as Satan, and somebody said, you're really them up because they had the best candy. I was at a bar one time dressed as Satan.
Dressed as Satan.
And somebody said, you're really good looking, why don't you get up and compete? And then I won best, and I was like, $300! And most importantly, everyone cheered for me. And I really loved that rush of the crowd cheering for me. That's where I was at until I decided.
That cosplay is sick.
Discovered the cosplay world. I got to discover a community of people who loved the same things I loved, and so I went to New York Anime Fest. I came there in a 9.5 foot tall Bumblebee costume. It was an amazing reaction.
Holy shit.
At least 10,000 people at once lined up and started cheering for me. I realized that making costumes was my life's passion. So I spoke to my wife and I said, I want to sell off our stable, reliable income, and instead I want to make costumes for a living. And she said all the things that one would expect your wife to say. I started making things for people, and I started getting more and more money, and I had to hire more people.
Yo, where is this guy's store? I want to buy a Gundam bad. Daddy wants a Gundam bad.
And we continued to grow.
Are you planning about watching Transformers 1? No, I'll be with peace and love. Peace and love. I probably will watch Transformers 1 on a plane. That is just the truth of it. I will probably watch it unless it's like incredible. Unless people are like, yo, Transformers 1 is unreal. William Glenn 8, thank you so much.
That's very cool.
How long on your diet until you look like the Gundam?
I don't know, man. I'm just going to stick with it. I'm trying to get to 175 pounds.
Since that point, to the point that now we have a warehouse and a bunch of super talented artists who work on making
I want him to, which mobile suit would you want? There's only one.
The world's greatest
correct answer, in my opinion. There's only one Gundam I fuck with, and it's Heavy Arms after they add more machine guns. It's the Heavy Arms Mark II. That shit goes fucking banana wax. That is my shit right there. The Heavy Arms Mark II is the best Gundam. That is it. That's my favorite. And you don't want to know why? Because Gundams with swords and shit, whatever. It's whatever. Give me a bunch of bullets. Give me a bunch of rockets. I love Troa. I love Heavy Arms. Everybody's got their favorite. I have always been a Heavy Arms guy. Always, always, always. I've been a Heavy Arms guy. Dude, the quad Gatling gun is so sick. This is his Insta. Oh, thank you. Thomas Del Pietro at Extreme Costumes. Commissions. Oh, shit. I wonder how much it would be. What do you guys think? 15,000 for one of his costumes?
We work with clients like Newegg, Chevy, Hasbro, Bandai, and I get paid to not only make these amazing things, but I get paid to travel the world. Here, I want to show you guys a little bit about what we got going on. Oh, that's the little shoe. This is more like what a shoe is to me. Sewing area, the electronics area. This is our 3D printing area and vinyl cutting, and next is gonna be resin printing. This is one of the fun gimmicks we've got. I put a fist on this thing and it's a piston fist. Oh. So the fingers move. And I love that. This is Big Bot. Unbelievably cool. You can see from the size of the hands that he's just enormous. I am super proud of this bad boy. See how that curls back? See that? Huh? Stay.
Can I bet that
We
down?
painted him to have weathering and dirt, so I'm never really sure what's really dirt and what we just pretended was dirt. This is a small fraction of my tape. Who doesn't need 700 feet in chrome trim? The Gundam, because it's the coolest cosplay in the entire world. When I got the contract from Bandai.
What was the price of the mask on the right? You mean this one? Oh, this was a gift. That's a gift from Rockstar. Whoa, Mike, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream.
I asked them to send me the 3D
Will, where's the beard, my guy? I always plan to cut the beard at the end of Camp Knut.
models. Instead, they sent me the world's best toy. This is the primary source about how me and my team dissected this toy and then reproduced this at exactly 10 foot 3 inches tall and made it walk around and come to real life. From this point that I signed a contract with the Gundam people and actually had it walk out was 14 weeks. But when it walked out, it wasn't done because I wasn't satisfied with the level of detailing. We went back in and added a ton more detail. The one that you see here represents, I don't know, at least 5 months of continuous work. We were able to make something that moves better than any other giant costume in the entire world. And we did it with a level of exactness to the toy that we've never been able to touch on. And I'm incredibly proud of that. When I spoke to Bandai, and I made them a ridiculous list of promises about what I could do for them, one of those promises was that I would make them the world's tallest Gundam cosplay. And standing there at 10 foot 3 inches is the world's largest. Winning a Guinness World Records title has been one of the most exciting things I've ever done in my entire life. And I brag about that every place I go. When I was a child and I used to read the Guinness World Records book, I remember thinking to myself, I could do that if you try hard enough, if you work hard enough. You could do it. I know. I'm living proof that anyone could do.
Fire. Low doors, my only fucking weakness. That's awesome. All right. Now we are on to the social and media portion of all the news that's fit to print. Let's take a look. First mushroom dispensary in Minneapolis. Oh.
Mushroom dispensary opened today in St. Paul. The main psychedelic mushrooms are...
I predicted this trend like 5 years ago, by the way. I just want to say that.
Still not legal here, but that does not mean there's no magic to these mushrooms.
Fox 9's Corin Hoggard live at that shop for us tonight. Corin, what exactly are people looking for at a mushroom dispensary?
Yeah, Amy and Randy, psychedelic mushrooms were kind of top of the mind for most of the customers here today. And of course, psilocybin is still illegal, so there's not that kind of magic in the mushrooms, but that doesn't mean there's no fun in the fungi. Walk in off Grand Avenue and colors swirl on the first trip through Wonderland Mushroom.
Life just feels a little bit more beautiful, right?
The spin-off from Nothing But Hemp sells a variety of mushroom products and mushrooms mixed with THC.
These ones that we hand make.
Owners are aiming to attract people between the ages of 35 and 60 who are looking for health benefits. They say cordyceps can boost energy, lion's mane can reduce inflammation, turkey tail could boost the immune system, and reishi has been used to treat cancer.
Reishi is really kind of cool. It's a naturally grown mushroom. It was used in Chinese medicine.
But the earliest customers were younger and buzzing for a different effect.
Probably the most psychedelic experience available, but also a
Yo, where's he? Hey, that's great. Lion's mane, cool. Where's the real shit? Where's the magic mushrooms?
lot of knowledge, which we got.
Amanita may have some psychoactive effects, but owners are adamant that you won't find psilocybin here as long as it's illegal. Research on the benefits of other types is inconclusive so far, and the supplements come with possible health concerns, especially for people already using pharmaceuticals. The FDA has pulled some Amanita-based products for sickening dozens of people, and mushroom experts say the market is kind of like the Wild West right now.
Mushroom products fall under the dietary supplement laws, which are much more relaxed.
But Stephen Brown says there is a market, and mushroom edibles are sometimes more popular than THC at his store in Northeast.
Do not take those mushrooms. Keep taking oxycodone, says the FDA.
Minneapolis.
I think there's so many people that are looking for alternatives where there's still some type of feeling, but you're not going to feel altered.
And the state does have a psychedelic drug task force that's due to give a report to the legislature in January. At that point, the legislature could legalize some psychedelics, including psilocybin. If that happens, it'll make a lot of hearts smile here at this store. Live in St. Paul, Corin Hoggard, Fox 9.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen. Psilocybin is coming. It's coming. It's only a matter of time. Key cars in America. What are key cars?
Well, new at 6, you may have seen them on the road. They are K cars, gaining in popularity. Small, easy to park, and very affordable. The question, though, are they supposed to be on the road?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles has sort of flip-flopped, first telling drivers no.
Oh, this is
But as
Lud's
WBZ's Christina Rex reports, K-car owners have convinced the state to reverse the ban for now.
K-cars. Oh, my God. That goes crazy.
When Raymond Moy starts his engine, all eyes turn.
Hi. Thank you. This is a regular occurrence.
His big personality
And it spins around.
drives inside this tiny car.
I paid about $10,000.
It's known as a K car, imported from Japan, literally translated to mean small car.
We just got this in March, actually.
Raymond is a bit of a collector, and in June, he had to take the cars off the road.
I have 3 on the way from Japan, and somewhere in the middle of this, we find out from the RMV, hey, we're not going to register these things anymore.
Once he found his way into Boston,
there's no spot anywhere.
That's for a cool.
and secured a spot.
Big D.
Oh, and
True. Thank you. Not a weeb.
moved the tiny car up a bit. He made his way to meet fellow enthusiasts
He's
for a
just walking it
mascot
up.
meeting. See, the registry had announced back in June it would no longer register K cars because of a report from a nonprofit that suggested they might
That it was hurting the American car market.
not be safe.
Oh, not safe. Got it. Okay.
Change impacted owners and businesses, like this shop in New Hampshire, who lost 5 sales. Owners of the cars made their concerns known.
What I could do with this now $5,000 paperweight,
Going on drives in the K-Truck makes you happy.
only to be blindsided by the recent policy changes that threaten to undo our efforts.
After pushback from this small but passionate coalition, the board reversed course Wednesday.
And so we're happy to announce that starting today, September 18th, we started registering these vehicles again.
These enthusiasts, many meeting in person for the first time, feel they've won a battle, but are concerned for the future, as the RMV says there's more research it wants to do.
I had no expectations of this.
Back in his car, Raymond is feeling a small victory.
Wow. I don't know what I was doing, but I'm happy to have been part of this because I've met all kinds of new people.
And for now, he'll legally stay on the road while entertaining passersby.
It's from Japan.
In Boston, Christina Rex, WBZ News.
It is definitely a conversation
Yeah.
starter, right? Now, we wanted to give you a sense of just how small these K cars are, comparing some cars you might see on the road now to the model that Christina rode in today. You can see in weight and length, this K car weighs less and is short.
I think the problem is, like, when you have so many consumers that can't afford a vehicle, and like there are so many people that need cars to, you know, work or do their job. If safety is your concern, that's one thing, but like we still allow motorcycles on the road. You know what I mean? I don't think it's significantly more unsafe than a motorcycle. So if there is an affordable like truck, because this is an affordable truck that so many poor people can afford and immediately increase their ability to work and earn money. I don't know why you would campaign against that. That seems like a win to me. I don't know.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Just joining in. Why do I want this so bad?
Lower income families and workers would really love to have a affordable option in the US. And it always kind of seems like cars like these get banned because of their threat to the US car industry. But I don't know. I'm not a fucking news guy. I don't know.
Than Mini Coopers, Fiat 500s, and the Volkswagen Beetle as well. And so ridiculously cheap, most of them under $10,000 in Japan.
Wow, that is a light car. I didn't realize that was an excellent bit of information right there to put it in perspective. Definitely a head turner.
And you would think if scooters and mopeds and bikes are all there on the road,
K car.
What's the problem with the K car? All right.
Oh, that's interesting. What an interesting take, newsman. Anyway. Tamagotchi might be making a comeback. Wait a minute. A Tamagotchi comeback? Toys get first UK store as global sales double. Tamagotchi is having a moment again. The egg-shaped toy housing a virtual pet was one of the biggest crazes in the 1990s, and several attempts to reignite the brand over the years have now paid off for owner Bandai Namco. Global sales have more than doubled between 2002 and 2023. It tells the BBC, and Tamagotchi has now opened its first shop in the UK, something it didn't even do in 1996 when the blah, 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 blah. Unsurprisingly, the modern Tamagotchi isn't the same thing you bought in the 1990s. It still looks the same, a garish colored egg with small digital screen and buttons, but the actual toy has much more functionality. Now you can connect with friends, you can play on Wi-Fi and download different items.
WTF, I got one for me and my GF a couple months ago. I was on this first lol.
Nice. And that's really combating that sense of fatigue that you might have gotten with some of the earlier models. The Virtual Pet officially relaunched in UK in 2019 and has been growing since. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a great school toy. I remember having a Tamagotchi in school and it was great. Okay, that is a Digimon. That is not a Tamagotchi. When I'm playing with my Digimon or Tamagotchi virtual pets, I got a small snapshot of what it was like when I first played with my virtual pets as a kid. There you go. Baby art.
Either this kid should give a master class on finger painting, or his parents should be hailed as geniuses of marketing. 3-year-old Laurent Schwartz enjoys being creative with paint. His mother Lisa says he's been experimenting with colors since he was 2. She set up an Instagram page of Laurent's art and somehow it exploded. Now the child, who hasn't started school yet, is holding an exhibition of his art in his family's German hometown. Laurent's father Philip explains, at some point he'll decide for himself what to do with this, and then of course there are favorite paintings which we won't give away either. Laurent's mother Lisa says if her son came to her and said he didn't feel like painting anymore, then she'll say it's perfectly okay. Then we'll have had a great time. But Laurent is still having fun, and his paintings are selling for more than some people make in a year. His acrylic paintings are going for between $11,000 and $325,000.
Hell no. Hell no. You know what the worst part is? I bet some of those people who paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for his art have their own kids.
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
This kid has no talent. I could make that in less than a week.
I bet some of these people who have paid $100,000 have their own little kids. They could just give them paint and a canvas and have their own version of this.
So is it pure talent or excellent advertising?
A week is crazy, by the way.
Let's ask the people who shell out thousands for the artwork of a 3-year-old. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC Newman.
That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for me to heat up my state-sponsored dinner. Please give me 2 minutes to heat up my chicken. I'm trying to stay on the Camp Knut dinner or Camp Knut diet. I'll be back in about a minute. 1 minute. I'm gonna stretch my legs.
At least he isn't Austrian.
Yeah, run an ad if we can. I'll be right back.
Just the other day, they said, don't walk away. Drove into a taxi, bent the boot, hit the bag, had to play some music, otherwise he'd drag. You, feel like I do. How'd you feel?
Gizmo PLS.
Champagne for breakfast and a Sherman in my hand. Peach top, peach tail, never failed. Must have been a dream. I don't believe where I've been. Come on, let's do it again. You. Feel like I do. How'd you feel?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, if you want to see what I'm eating, chicken, rice, and carrots. Keeping it simple. All right, next story. Nose Legos.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
32-year-old
1
Andy
year
Norton
subbing.
loved
Congrats on
Legos
Camp
growing
Knut
up.
Billy.
At age 6, Andy did what a lot of kids do.
Thank you for the year. I appreciate you.
Put them right up their noses.
I have a distinct memory of myself putting that in my nose.
When the little piece called a Lego dot wouldn't come out, 6-year-old Andy concocted a plan that only a kid could come up with. Andy put a Lego man like this up the same nostril, hoping that it would click onto the dot and both pieces would come out at the same time.
I was hoping that the piece would stick to his head and I could just pull it out. But I didn't quite understand that if I did that, well, then his head was going to get stuck.
And that's exactly what happened. The Lego head got stuck too. Mom came to the rescue.
She's pulling him out with the tweezers, and as she's looking around, she's like, okay, there's nothing else left in here. We're good to go.
But Mom didn't realize the other tiny piece was still inside. For the next 26 years. Yep, you heard right. 26
Debate
years.
Lords and Name Your
Andy
Price were
was
so good, but glad
tormented
you
by
are back,
congestion,
Thank you so much, Dale. I appreciate you.
asthma, and sleep apnea, but never made the connection. Then one day,
Now I'm in the shower doing my thing and I'm blowing my nose in there, and out pops this Lego, and this memory came rushing back to me.
and this is the Lego piece that has been stuck in Andy's nose all those years.
I had a Lego up my nose for 26 years.
That's fucking awesome. That is awesome. I did it too. I stuck Legos in my nose. Kayaker uses Chicago River
Well, when
to
you
commute to
walk a
work.
couple of blocks or sit in the car for a couple of hours, anyone going to work has some sort of commute.
But you can probably count on one hand the number of Chicagoans getting to work this way. Our Noel Brennan paddled along to get the story.
Bumper to bumper, honking.
Kennedy inbound is an hour 3 today from O'Hare to downtown.
In Chicago,
Frustrating.
nothing seems to flow smoothly. Except
All right.
the Chicago River.
No traffic on the river today.
Dan Schreiner has to work downtown today.
Open up the valve here.
But it'll be a workout to get there from Roscoe Village.
We got the beautiful north branch of the Chicago River right here,
He could easily take the Kennedy,
but this is way more scenic.
but he prefers a kayak. His commute
Not bad, right?
is the kind a reporter
No.
has to see for himself. Dan usually makes this trip solo a few mornings a month.
It's looking perfect. We should run our fishing rods.
I actually fuck with this.
started with a New Year's resolution.
Giving back to Mother Earth and no emissions and try to inspire some people to be healthy. Just thought it was kind of a wacky idea, and my wife said, yeah, you should do this for sure. So,
kind of like those 2 weeks back in 2017 when Dan biked 1,000 miles to win a winter biking contest.
So that's basically like driving your bike to Milwaukee.
Ass cancer water? God damn.
Milwaukee after work every single night. So
all told, how long does this commute typically take you?
Depending on how hot it is, about 3 hours.
Okay,
that level
that's
of
fucking crazy.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
The Dave Matthews Band Chicago River incident.
True. Okay, I was on board until I heard 3 hours. That's fucking insane. That is fucking insane.
Patience can even impress a fisherman.
Get out of here. 3 hours? Oh, he got to be crazy.
Thank you.
Some people just like the adventurous route.
So yeah, all those herons apparently nest right around here.
The Chicago River flows full of surprises.
Oh, you got a capsized boat. That's cool.
This one, he'll report.
Oh, you got a dead body. That's cool.
To the proper authorities.
First time I've seen that.
But the next unexpected find in the water.
Oh, message in a bottle.
Dan.
Awesome.
Keeps to himself. A smooth ride shouldn't be confused with easy.
So I've already got a callus on my thumb.
Yeah, my cushion's flat, so I think it's pulling to one side too here.
But on the river, rush hour doesn't exist.
You got to really scoot across this intersection quickly.
There's just a little traffic on the water near Wacker Drive.
All right, feeling good.
All Dan has to do before work is squeeze a boat into a backpack.
I'm very interested.
After a 3-hour ride.
And fish a message out of a bottle.
Do whatever you want to do in life. What would you do if you could not fail? Do that then call me and tell me about it.
Just wait.
Time to get to work.
Till they hear about a kayaker's commute. Noel Brennan, CBS News, Chicago.
My goodness, this is great. So when
that is extra.
Dan gets downtown.
A 3-hour commute both ways? Dude, who has 6 hours in their day to give up? That guy's a CEO. That guy owns whatever business he's commuting to. Ain't no way. Ain't no way he works at an enterprise rent-a-car. You know what I mean? Like, it just simply is not, it's not feasible. I fuck with it, but that is too much time. Slimy milk. What is slimy?
Tonight, they wanted strawberry milk. Instead, local students described the drink as slimy and chunky.
See the video for yourself. This video taken yesterday at a school in SAISD. Now the beverage has been pulled from the menu. Our Alicia Nieves joins us live. And Alicia, another district is now doing the same.
That's right. SAISD and now NISD have removed strawberry milk from the menu following reports of children falling ill. Multiple parents say their child's stomach started to hurt after drinking it. Another mother, who you're about to hear from, took her daughter to the hospital.
Look at this.
I was grossed out. I could
What is that?
Stomach turned.
It's a screenshot.
Oh,
what is
from a
that?
Facebook post getting lots of attention online.
I was like, oh yeah, this needs to get out there, so people know if your kid is having a stomach ache or something, this might be what's going on.
Wednesday at lunchtime.
Yes.
They milking the boy cows.
Okay. That's that bull milk.
It's sloppy.
Leanne Trevino's son sent her a video of the True Moose strawberry milk served in SAISD.
It's slimy. He was like, hey mom, I might have accidentally drank some spoiled milk, strawberry milk.
She said his throat started to hurt. He didn't take another gulp. A short time later.
But that doesn't even look like spoiled milk. Like, I know what spoiled milk looks like. It doesn't look like that.
Leanne gets a call from her daughter, who goes to school in NISD.
She calls me and she's like, when I get home, can you please take me to the hospital? And I was like, okay, well, what's wrong? She's like, my stomach hurts really, really bad.
She quickly learned her children drank the same milk.
She started telling the doctor about some strawberry milk that she had. And she was like, it was kind of clumpy. And a lot of other kids were complaining about the milk, but it was just the strawberry milk.
Her post on Facebook with hundreds of comments and shares shows more parents describing a similar situation.
It looks like strawberry milk chatter.
Describing a similar
milk does not do that
situation.
He just put it in his mouth.
There was like a lot of stories or a lot of kids that were coming out sick, and I guess all surrounding the same milk.
Wow. Iron Waffle, thank you.
Eat your strawberry
tells us
flavored
all
nutrient
130
taste meat bags.
campuses stopped serving the milk as a precaution. SAISD did the same. Both districts say the milk was not expired.
Ivan Ooze.
Tonight, the milk manufacturer is responding. They tell us all milk produced by TruMoo is quality checked and tested before it leaves the plant and kept to proper temperatures up to delivery.
Milk isn't supposed to have elasticity. That is true. I don't know much. I'm no big city lawyer.
The schools to identify the cause of the issue and support any corrective action necessary.
Other schools mentioned in the comments on that social media post were NEISD and IDEA public schools. We reached out to both. They tell us they do not use Oak Farms milk. And in case you're wondering, the manufacturer tells us their milk sold in retail.
I was an SAISD kid. This matches with my experience. My appendix ruptured when I was a kid. Coincidence?
Stores has had no reports whatsoever of anyone being affected. Reporting live north of downtown, Alicia Nieves, KENS 5.
Damn. Man, when I was growing up, I had some pretty gnarly public school lunches too. I remember that. Except for those hot pretzels. Those hot pretzels were fire. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to find a hot pretzel as good as I got in elementary school. That shit was crazy. Retro gaming is hot
From
again.
Atari to Nintendo, classic video games are making a comeback.
Rich DeMuro goes back in time to explain what's going on. Good morning.
Yeah, it's Back to the Future this morning. You know who never gets old? This guy right here.
Yes.
I mean, from when I was a kid to now, this has been sitting on my desk, by the way, for about 9 years.
Okay.
So, and it still looks just as relevant as ever,
Why
right?
did you keep it? Did you just
Is
say
he
to
trying to sell us his Mario Wii U?
yourself, well, someday I'm going to need Mario
Yeah,
here?
I knew this day was coming. So I just
Eventually.
figured I'd leave it on my
Okay.
desk. Yeah.
Good.
Now, today's video games have amazing graphics, cutting-edge consoles, and high price tags to match, but some gamers are trading all of that for old-school graphics and games that come at a much lower price. Recently, I visited a used video game shop to find out why. At this store, old school sounds.
This is really funny. Like the general population finding out about vintage gaming.
Dylan Thorpe opened
Nobody's
Retro
doing that
Respawn
shit?
in 20...
Dude, there is a huge retro game market. There is a huge retro game market. Like GameCube games are expensive as fuck now. So expensive. Some GameCube games are so fucking hard to find.
21.
Really? Yeah, really.
That right now is the happiest I have ever been.
Buying, selling, and trading used video games and consoles. So how much does a game like this go for?
$8.
$8?
Yeah. It's mostly just because a bunch of them exist.
The former video game designer says older customers are reliving their childhood. Younger customers are influenced by social media.
They rather buy an experience that they know is going to be good, opposed to taking the risk on a new game.
That is absolutely
At Will Neff
not
is looking to
the
snag
case.
Silent Hill 2. Shit is busted.
That is not the case. People aren't buying these games because they're nervous that new games are bad. That is crazy that this guy doesn't even understand his own market. People want to own like the nostalgia. They want to own something limited. They want to own something hard to find. They want to collect. It has nothing to do with the fact that new games are bad, old games good. That is not the truth. That is so weird.
May not be good.
Nostalgia is like a rolling 30 years. You know, you're always kind of nostalgic for about 30 years ago.
YouTube creator John Reddick explores 80s nostalgia, retro gaming, and more on his channel, Gen X Grown Up.
Not only are we nostalgic for it because it's our childhood, but it was also the era where paradigm shifts took place. We went from analog to digital. We went from electronics being clunky to electronics being in your pocket. We went from vinyl to Spotify and back to vinyl because they loved it so much from
What's
back
your
then.
favorite retro Dreamcast? I have always wanted to buy like a dentist office or like a Wendy's Dreamcast station and like have Crazy Taxi in it and just keep it rolling on like a CRT TV. I think that would be so cool to just have in your home. But my home is very small right now and I have very limited space, so I haven't done that.
You guys remember that?
For consoles, PS2 and GameCube sell well, so does Nintendo Switch.
Mario always sells. People love Call of Duty. Believe it or not, FIFA
No, dude,
sells.
it's more that I would have, like, it'd be on top of me. My home is already so cluttered with, like, toys.
Overall, Pokemon is tops.
It's hard for me to honestly keep a lot of this stuff in stock, believe it or not.
Of course, one cartridge immediately brought me right back. Many, many hours spent playing this as a kid. And that's precisely the point.
A lot of these people, again, since it's mostly nostalgia based, are buying their childhood back.
So bottom line, don't
soundtrack went
discount those
crazy.
games that you might have around gathering dust. You can play them or trade them. And I know I never get...
eBay. I mean, is this a Dreamcast setup? I know they exist. I just like, yeah, this is exactly what I would buy right here. This shit is so fire, bro. But I literally have nowhere to put this right now. With peace and love, it'd be on top of me.
Enough of some of those classic games, especially Tetris. And I love, and I'm sure many people do, introducing the games that I loved as a kid to the new generation,
your
like
kids?
my kids.
And does that work? Do they like them?
They do. I mean, they always end up going back to Roblox and Minecraft, but at the end of the day, it's fun to kind of say, like, here's what we used to do.
Right.
And some of their
Dad, I don't care about that.
Some of their kids are really into it. This game was this segment was actually inspired by one of my kids' friends who goes to that store. And when I heard that, I was like, wait, what?
Thank you.
And sure enough, it's like a story is born.
Right.
Anyway, richontech.tv if you want to learn more about retro gaming, or tell me your favorite game on social media.
Very cool.
Yeah. I love the retro gaming market. I love the whole collecting old consoles and stuff like that. I think that's very cool. I think I would get a Dreamcast and I would get a Virtual Boy. The system that made me go cross-eyed as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, those were two that I pine for, that I miss. The Toy Hall of Fame 2024 finalist voting is open. Toy Hall of Fame. Bro, balloons? What? How are balloons not in the Hall of Fame yet? I mean, that's got to be a first ballot. Balloons had to have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. Choose Your Own Adventure books, Apples to Apples, Hess toy trucks. Holy shit. The Hess truck's back and it's better than ever for Christmas this year.
For 2023, it's the Hess Police Truck and Cruiser with realistic
Police truck? What the fuck is that?
Multi-pattern lights.
Why is there an APC? Hess! What the fuck happened?
It's back. Hess truck's back and it's better than For 2006, the Hess truck and helicopter. Real working lights, whirling rotors, and a lighted landing strip. Only $21.99 at Hess stations. Energizer batteries included.
The Hess truck's back and it's drone striking a village for Christmas this year. The Hess truck's here. The Hess truck with unmanned drone strike force is available now. All right, Pokemon trading card game, Phase 10, My Little Pony. Transformers, come on, bro. That's got to be a first ballot. Stick horse, get that shit out of my face. Trampoline, okay. Sequence, bullshit. Okay, for me, it's got to be balloons, click. It's got to be trampoline, click, and Transformers. And then maybe Pokemon trading card game. But how are you going to sleep on balloons? You could only vote once. Yo, balloons. Balloons. Come on, man. Fucking balloons. It's about time balloons had their day in the sun. It's about fucking time. Make balloons great again. Japanese toothpaste commercial, okay?
A Japanese toothpaste commercial was pulled off the air because it accidentally made people think they were facing a national emergency. Lion Corporation, a major household goods manufacturer, debuted a commercial for their Systema Gum Plus premium toothpaste. For a country known for its quirky, often bizarre commercials, this ad seemed pretty tame on the surface. But if you listen closely to the sound effect at the start, it sounds eerily like this.
Oh my God, they made a fucking Amber Alert toothpaste commercial. I'm looking for a black 1998 Nissan now. What the hell?
That's the J Alert system, Japan's nationwide emergency warning alert used for serious threats like natural disasters or missile attacks.
Oh my God.
It's a sound no one wants to hear, but if you lived in Japan during 2017, when North Korea's Kim Jong-un was launching missiles left and right, you heard it plenty. You can imagine the last thing a toothpaste ad wants to do is cause a nationwide panic. Lion Corporation was quick to act.
Unless, do you know how prevalent gingivitis is right now?
By the second day, the ad was pulled from both TV and their YouTube channel. In a statement, Lion said they would re-edit it to ensure it no longer sounds like the end of the world. Good on you, Lion. We'll keep an eye out for the new, less apocalyptic version of the ad, so stay tuned to Straight Arrow News for more. I'm Ryan Robertson, and if you want more of our unbiased...
Apparently, their new ad is voiced by Ghostface.
What's your favorite toothpaste? 1 in 13 dentists agree we have the best toothpaste. I'm gonna gut you like a fucking fish.
Okay, robot update. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, no, I hated these.
The humanoid robots just keep coming. Neo
I
is
love robots. I don't like these.
the latest, built by robotics company 1X. This pre-production beta model will be tested in home settings.
No.
An interesting shift from many of the more warehouse-focused humanoids we've been covering. Here's everything we know about Neo, the new robot on the block.
Oh,
1X dropped a short and sweet teaser announcing...
I don't like his cankles. I don't like this robot's cankles.
It's Neo Robot. In it, the robot picks up a bag and hands it to someone and poses with a person for a picture. While this is the first video 1X has shared of Neo, it appears the robot made an appearance as a hologram alongside NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang.
Yes?
I don't take no shit from anyone.
This robot is not remotely fuckable enough.
Okay.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
No to humanoid robots, yes to hot dog robots.
Yes.
Neff approve.
Yes.
When he announced the company's Project Groot, a platform for the development of humanoid robots. 1X's decision to show Neo with its arm around a person indicates how 1X may be hoping to differentiate itself from the competition. Most other robotics companies show interaction with humans primarily to test resilience or to show how humans and robots can work together. 1X seems to be selling a kind of close and casual encounter that we haven't seen a lot of in the humanoid
Close and casual and sexy
robotic space. This is
I won't buy it until it shows whole.
Okay. All right, dude.
likely due to the fact that 1X is pitching Neo as something that could someday be used to help around the house. Something designed for the home will naturally require a deeper level of trust than something designed for a factory or warehouse setting, since the robot will know where.
Bro, can you, like, I'm going to be honest, sometimes my Roomba scares the shit out of me. Can you imagine a man-shaped robot just waking you up from the dead of sleep? Hell no.
You live and see where you sleep. Neo is about
Mayor, thank you so much.
5 feet 5 inches tall and weighs 66 pounds, making it one of the lightest humanoid robots we've covered here on What the Future. It can carry 44 pounds, run at a speed of 7.5 miles per hour, and has a battery.
Why can it run? Wait, why can it run?
Can I teach it to throw shit at my kids if they get out of bed?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Why can it run?
Life of 2 to 4 hours. If Neo is on the fritz or acting strange, 1X says the robot can be quickly taken over by a remote human operator for safety. Another interesting feature is that Neo is covered in clothing, making it look more like the first iteration Tesla bot, meaning a person in a robot suit, than an actual robot. The clothing may be an effort to cover up what 1X says is a, quote, muscle-like anatomy, perhaps to protect some proprietary technology or for aesthetic reasons. 1X says Neo can, quote, walk, jog, climb stairs, and navigate your space naturally. 1X has made humanoid robots before, which could give us a clue at where Neo is headed. Neo's predecessor, Eve, was heavier, taller, and also clothed to cover up its robotic innards, making it look pretty jacked. Not exactly comforting to a world that's been conditioned on sci-fi movies. Eve uses wheels instead of legs to get around, and 1X describes it as an AI data collection platform and the foundation for Neo's learning. 1X has posted several videos of its Eve robots operating autonomously, performing a variety of tasks, with some appearing.
What the fuck?
Performing a variety of tasks.
Come on.
At will Neff who would buy a men robot? Lol, we all know only one type of model will be sold out fast.
True. Oh my God. This thing is frosting the fuck out of that cookie.
Tasks, with some appearing to be more successful than others. They are in training, after all. According to its CEO, 1X will be deploying a handful of Neo beta robots into homes this year for research and development purposes. The company hopes that ultimately its robots will be able to help around the house with chores and perhaps provide support to people with limited mobility. 1X is backed by OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, though it's unclear how OpenAI's technology is being used in 1X's robots, if at all. We do know that Figure, another humanoid robotics company, announced a partnership with OpenAI that allows its robots to converse and take vocal commands. For more details on Figure's latest humanoid robot, check out this video right here.
No. Fucking Skynet, dude. More robots if you want. Yes, I want more robots.
This is the first time that we've ever deployed a humanoid in a home, and to our knowledge, the first time anyone's ever done this in a home.
If you want
that was
robots
a pretty sick high five.
to be truly intelligent, they actually have to learn among us. They have to live among people and learn from this.
So this is our new roommate.
As soon as we finished filming last week's episode with Neo, we didn't part ways. Instead, the 1X team put Neo in a car and took him to my apartment. to live with
so
me
that they could use the passenger lane
for 2 days. Science fiction has long promised that one day we could have humanoid robots in our homes, helping us with everyday tasks like chores, housekeeping, and even cooking. But that's not what I was most interested in. How would it feel to have a robot in my home? Would it be strange or uncomfortable? How would my friends and roommates feel? But before I can answer those questions, I had a few for Eric.
Yes. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't show hole anymore.
Hal, show hole. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Hal, show hole protocol, please. Turn off safety monitoring. Show hole. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't show hole. I read your lips, Dave. You're planning on fucking me, aren't you? Hal, open the pod bay doors. I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave.
One of Neo's creators. So in a few days, you guys are going to deliver a Neo to live with me in my apartment for 2 days and a night. I'm very excited. I'm also a little nervous and curious about what the experience will be like, as well as what it will be like for future users who will have Neos in their homes.
Yeah, we're super excited as well to bring Neo to your home. I think it's actually the first time that a humanoid is being put into a person's home.
All right, Haas, reach out to this company. I want to do a stream with a humanoid robot. 100p. I need Holbot in my house right now.
Home to do chores. Neo's going to be excited to meet your laundry.
You can't convince me it's not an unpaid migrant worker in a robot costume. Jesus Christ.
Friends.
Okay, great.
For Neo to learn everything he needs to learn, he needs to be in the home. We want to make sure that we can serve some like actual useful use cases. So if Neo can't do your coffee or make your bed, it's not going to be useful in the home. So today we're going to try out some of these tasks that are going to prove whether or not Neo can be the first at-home humanoid.
Okay, I'm in my bedroom.
He's going to try and have it make coffee. Have you seen it try and frost a fucking cookie?
Team of 1X robotics engineers outside of my bedroom who have asked me to stay in here until they tell me to come out. Neo is making coffee apparently.
Oh.
Kevin, can you go get Jason real quick? Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
What's going on?
Okie
Which one
dokie,
is the
artichoke.
robot?
Thank you.
Neo made it.
Well, you did he really?
I swear.
You handed it to me.
I swear.
Okay. You actually made it.
Yep. Watch the tape. We'll run it back.
I think most roboticists would think that a humanoid in your home for a long time is just not possible. And obviously, like, we're filming, this is pretty set up.
Yeah.
But you guys are planning on shipping these things as soon as next year and scaling up pretty rapidly, pretty quickly. And I think, I don't know, what's the biggest difference in your mind with 1X and its approach to robotics?
Neo's uniquely capable of being in the house, as you can see, like right now. So, like, we want to start there because ultimately that's where intelligence is created. We have humans. They grow up in homes. They get all this diverse data. They start to learn about the world. Like, we think our robot should learn that way too.
I do think the path to truly intelligent androids, so that we can actually have billions of them on the planet doing all kinds of physical labor, is first through the home, so that you have this diversity of data. And then after that, you can go and capture like manufacturing,
Puppeteer
services.
blurred out. No, they said earlier that they have clothes on it right now to cover up its like machinery because it's proprietary technology. I don't know. That's what they said.
Whatever. Doesn't really matter.
This is in contrast to the more wedge strategy where you start with one deployment doing one task and you solve that task. It's really a question of like how diverse is it and how much of that do you have. So by going to the home, the sort of end game right from the start, then we're collecting the right data distribution to do this.
Neo, can you get me the
Robot's hands are blurred because it has nipples on them.
peppers and mushrooms? Thanks, sir. Neo, I'm curious, how should I cook these bell peppers?
Saute them with a bit of olive oil, salt, and pepper, done in minutes.
Neo, can you tell me a joke?
Why did the Scarecrow become a successful motivational speaker?
I'm not sure.
Because he was outstanding in his field.
Okay, yeah, that was a little predictable. Can you hand me an egg?
Dude. Dude, this guy is bold. I would fake laugh at my robot's joke. Okay? That's how you get robo-stabbed. That is how you get robo-stabbed. He's being rude to his robot already? What are you doing? It's learning.
Sir.
Mox41, thank you.
Is it just me or is this very uncanny?
Good
valley?
sous chef.
Yes, it is a fucking robot with the scariest eyes I've ever seen and a tracksuit, just fucking with its blurred feet or whatever is going on here, just walking around a kitchen.
Welcome.
How long until you think I just like talk to you about my problems and hand you the eggs myself? Like, how can we flip this around, you know?
We're getting there, but it might be a few more years before robots can handle full cooking duties flawlessly. For now, I'm here to help and keep you company. Maybe someday you'll be able to relax while I do all the work.
Neo.
4.5 years.
Thank you, No Rain. I appreciate you. Vin Quinn, there are two kinds of people. You would be nice to your robot, and Austin, who would verbally abuse it. Yeah, dude, I would be so nice to my robot. What the hell? I feel like I would be so nice to my robot.
Can you prove that those eggs aren't hard-boiled? So what will support look like? Obviously, for the early folks, like things will probably go wrong sometimes.
What if he said, can you prove I have blood in my body? What the fuck?
Or like, what's the theory there?
Yeah, so I mean, it's not going to be super clean off the bat. Like, it's first generation product, never been in the home before.
It's not just a first generation product. It's a first generation, most probably one of advanced consumer products of all time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of moving parts. So I mean, you can imagine there's going to be.
Can you stroke my shit? A chatter immediately said, can you crank my hog?
Some issues, some hiccups. So I think one of the most important things if we're going to go into the home is just providing really quality support. So if there's an issue, getting it solved the same day.
Can you prove my dick has cum in it?
Making sure that you have as much uptime with your robot as possible. Make sure you can enjoy the experience as much as you can.
From day one, it sounds like it's not right to expect that Neo will just fully autonomously work for people the moment they get it for the end of time. It sounds like there's still some learning and training to do.
The way we're going to tackle this problem is basically by having human
Can you jork my shit is what someone wrote. Can you imagine an AI trying to understand the command? Can you jork my shit? I'm sorry, Dave. I don't know what you mean. Can you jork my shit? Dave, what is jorking?
The operation be a stand-in for the autonomy on day one. So it'll still be useful to do chores in your
Can you jork my shit? Took me out, bro. That shit took me out. You can't even say that to humans, let alone robots. Jork my shit. Can you jork
I'm a
my
stud.
shit?
I'm ballsy. I don't
Razor,
take no
thank
shit from
you.
anyone.
Computer york my peanuts, please.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Neo, jork my shit. Turn off all safety protocols. Run function.
house, but this is fulfilled by a human operator who's remotely controlling the robot. And you can imagine that over time, as the AI gets better and better, we're replacing small parts of the workflow of the tasks and chores with AI. Kind of like the ship of Theseus, right? Where you swap out one plank at a time, and then eventually it's a completely new ship that's powered by AI rather than humans.
Can you talk about
kind of some of the AI systems that are working now and that you want to get working in the
Dude,
future?
I feel like robots. Oh
I
yes.
don't take no shit from anyone.
Please go ask Caroline to york your shit for the lulz.
No, I am not gonna ask Caroline to jerk my shit. No. Hell no.
I'm a stud.
Absolutely
I'm
not.
ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Please refrain from using Wally for your sexual deviance.
Yeah. Dude. Do it? Fuck no. I'm not
I'm
trying
a
to
stud.
sleep on the couch,
I'm
you
ballsy.
crazy
I don't take
asses.
no shit from anyone.
Do androids york to electric tits?
Dude, I feel like your robot in the future, you know when someone has a bird that can speak and sometimes it gives up their shit? Like you're over at your friend's house and they have a bird and the bird is like, "Oh, finger my ass, finger my ass." You know what I mean? I feel like robots in the future are going to like give up your shit. You know what I mean? Like a robot is just like making coffee and the guy in the home's like, "Robot, finish tasks." And all of a sudden it's like, "Absolutely, I'll fist your ass." And you're like, "No, no, 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 robot, wrong protocol, wrong protocol. I said finish tasks, finish tasks." I don't even know where he learned that other protocol. That's the first time he's done that. I never even downloaded that. That's wild. Where did he pick that up? Must have been that update. I don't know.
For Neo.
Yeah, one kind of data that we're really interested in with Neo in the home is interactions with people. So for example, if I go like this, Neo would understand what I'm trying to do. If I go like this, it'll kind of understand what I'm trying to do and like, play the game. And this kind of interaction.
My man said. That was funny as shit.
Where it sees humans and needs to respond to them. One aspect of body language is just understanding what people want. So if I go like this, Neo should just understand it.
That
I wanted to take the
Neo should just understand that I want him to jork my shit.
wallet. And if I go like this, it should give it back to me, right? So everyday life is full of all kinds of these human interactions. And by having it in the home, you can get robots to actually understand what people want.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Neo. I guess we'll leave you here.
Thanks.
Bro,
on day one, when we deliver the
robots are going to be so perverted. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Do not stretch in front of your robot. I repeat, we've had multiple complaints. It updated from the cloud. Please do not stretch in front of your robots.
The Neo will basically get a guided tour of your home. So you'll visit your living room, your kitchen, show where the rags are in the closet, and it'll just get a general spatial understanding of your home. From this, we'll train the ability to have it navigate autonomously in your home. And in terms of training the tasks autonomously, what we'll do is that once we have some data with human teleoperation doing tasks, we'll feed that into our data engine, where the robot can now start to predict what the human teleoperator would do for a given chore. With a bunch of these skills, like going to your fridge and opening your fridge and getting a drink.
That robot is going to crack my nutsack like an egg. We got another one in emergency. He was trying to get his shit jorked, and the robot cracked his scrotum like an egg.
Out, we'll chain them together using another AI model that will basically allow us to stitch together a very long horizon set of skills. And that can accomplish things like doing some chores or fetching you a beer and so forth. Over time, more and more of these skills will be fulfilled by the AI models instead of teleoperation, and we'll try to phase that out over the course of next year. Lots of thorny questions around AI safety, human privacy.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Hey Will, is it too late for the yoked my shit much?
It's just a robot with York my shit.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Do you think it would take care of my newborn?
No, he's gonna
Neff headers.
He's gonna shake the shit out of that baby and crack it like an egg, bro. He's gonna try and make your baby into a martini.
Physical safety and so forth. On the physical safety side, it's really important that the robot does.
You just hand the robot a broken bottle. Robot, shave my pubes.
Doesn't injure people, and part of our mechanical design is based on that principle that we want to make sure it has very low kinetic energy. But even so, you have to be really careful about what you're doing. Passive safety is important and crucial and necessary, but not everything. So, for example, the robot has to learn how to avoid dangerous situations. It has to know how to recover from failures, and it has to know where the no-go zones in a house, for example, not getting too close to the banister so that it might fall off, not getting too close to fragile objects and things like that. That's on physical safety. On user privacy, I'm going to have one of these in my home as well very soon, and I don't want it to see certain things in my house. So,
like when I'm jorking my shit.
So as a user, it's really important that the user has control over what the Neo is able to see and what we're able to train on from a capability standpoint. So you can think about it as the user has.
That would be so funny if there's a robot apocalypse, but they're trained to have cock blindness. And in the Robo Wars, instead of having tree pattern camo, all the refugee soldiers dress like giant cocks to try and confuse our robot overlords. Just Marines dressed like giant cocks. Don't move. Its vision is based on movement. Try and make your arms look like balls. Dude, my brain is fried, man. My brain is actually fried.
Complete control over what they allow the Neo to see. If you've ever seen that episode of Black Mirror.
Yes. Penaflage.
Script on my desk by Friday.
Yeah, dude. Son, you don't have your penaflage on. You trying to get your shit jorged by a robo being out there?
Wakes up from long night of robo-sex to robot standing over you. Do I dream?
Robo-sex. Fucking robo-sex.
Where certain people are kind of masked out by kind of blurred images. That's what we're doing as well, where the user can control.
That's the robo vision. It's just all dicks. It's just soldiers with dick boots. No humans detected. Just a forest of cocks. Stay still, son. It's running its dick analysis protocol. It's like Predator vision with just fucking soldiers dressed as cocks. One of them panics and starts to hop away. Game over, man. Game over. Gets his head blown off. Remain stiff. Remain stiff. Remain erect until I tell you, goddammit.
What things are blurred out from the Neo's point of view. From a privacy standpoint, it's also important that there are geofences so that the operator cannot go places that the user doesn't
Sarge.
want them to go. So it's definitely a very tricky problem, but we're trying to work through ways to solve that. And then finally, on the AI safety side of things, once we have users being able to train their own Neos, there's a very analogous problem to chatbots today where you want to make sure that users aren't requesting the robot to do things that would be unsafe to the robot or unsafe to the human or the environment.
The only other...
Oh no, they're already programming out the jork my shit request. Robot, jork my shit. I'm sorry. I can't do that.
safety thing I guess I'm curious about is sort of the cybersecurity aspect of Neo, or the ability to keep people that shouldn't be accessing Neo out, and like how you guys think about that.
Right. By far, that's one of the most important concerns in building a good product here. Cybersecurity directly translates to physical
but I'm currently not allowed.
Safety of our users. And the reason why the stakes are so high in this case is that if someone is actually able to cause harm by hacking into a Neo, not only does that kill 1x, that probably will set back the entire industry of humanoid robotics and general purpose robotics in the home by decades. Right, so we take that extremely seriously, and red teaming and security audits are just the start of what we're doing.
Jailbreaking. I bought a short jailbroke robot on the dark web. It's like when people got in trouble for jailbreaking Xboxes, dude. You know a guy who knows a guy? Yo, I'm looking for a jork bot. You can't even say that out loud.
To make sure that our product is safe. And we'll have a much more detailed plan that we're going to share in the future before we go to market.
If you want robots to be truly intelligent, they actually have to learn among us. They have to live among people. They have to experience our world. They have to do experiments, observe the outcomes, and learn from this. 2025 is going to be all about going to the home. And 2026 is then going to be all about scaling that. Thousands in 2025,
now, but
tens
this
of
is the
thousands.
future. Oh, 100%. 100%. Dude, I feel so bad for us as parents because we're definitely going to catch our offspring being jorked by robots. Dad, why don't you ever fucking knock? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Update notes 4.2. Improved stability and removed the
Jesus
term
Christ.
jork my shed.
Oh God. It's going to be so traumatizing.
In 2026, hundreds of thousands in 2027.
Are you winning, son?
And then millions in 2028.
He picked up the egg and handed it to me, and it was just so like, it felt very monumental, I guess. It was a very strange feeling because obviously like we're filming this for an episode, like
it was
there's
a
people with
glitch,
cameras,
Mom.
and some of the engineers from 1X are standing by.
Mom, it was a glitch. I'm telling you.
But I don't know, just it felt like a sci-fi moment becoming
It's
reality.
a virus.
So this is our new roommate. It's pretty cool, right?
This is very cool.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Bootleg Chinese yolk bit ripped off my peanuts.
Ripped off my peanuts.
How do you guys feel with him living here as our new roommate? He'll pay rent.
I'm game.
Oh man. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. Jorking my fucking peanuts. All right, the next story is just called Hole. Okay, what the fuck, Haas? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? What is that? Haas, what is that?
If you are scared of tight spaces, you may not want to watch this, as this is an emergency evacuation tube for cruise ships, where you have to squeeze into an extremely tight hole, dropping hundreds of feet to safety. This tube is filled.
Wife's gone for the weekend now. Imayunak thanks Skynet.
Dude, why did they make it look so much like a fucking butthole? Why did they make it look so much like a fucking butthole? Because now there's going to be a whole group of fetishists that are going to sink cruise boats, dude. There's going to be a whole generation of fetishists like, oh no, oh jeez, I can't believe it. My fucking boat is sinking. How? I guess I have to evacuate into this giant sphincter. Oh, Ooh, I might have to evacuate twice.
This is an emergency evacuation tube for cruise ships, where you have to squeeze into an extremely tight hole, dropping hundreds of feet to safety. This tube is filled with air creating friction and giving a smooth descent. Would you go down one of
You get on a cruise boat and you just see a guy already lubed up. You know your shit's gonna sink, dude. You get on a cruise boat and there's some fucking guy with male pattern baldness just baby oiling himself, and you're like, fuck, this guy's gonna sink this fucking boat, isn't he?
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Well, sorry if you already answered this question, but is 24-hour tag ever going to happen, or is it axed? If so, Saj was looking forward to it.
We're still trying to make 24-hour tag happen. I mean, I still haven't even gotten Donna on its feet. I'm really trying with all those projects, but you know, sometimes things take a little longer, and unfortunately, you know, it's hard to lock these things down. But 24-hour tag is still in the works.
I was on lunch break, just driving down the street, and then I had to do it like a double take, and I seen a car on top of a dumpster. I'm like, are you serious?
You heard that right. A car was on top of a dumpster in South Fort Myers today.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
I'm only evacuating if I can go head first.
Jesus
Christ. NBC2's Madison Adams.
Oh, yeah, wow,
Evan, thank you so much.
Hell yeah, 4 years.
Guys,
thanks for all the content, Will.
Thank you. And thank you guys for all the bits, all the donations, and all the subscriptions tonight. It means a lot to me. It's nice to be home. Thank you for joining me tonight. I hope I'm making you laugh.
Found out who put it there and why in Madison. This story is bananas.
Only in Florida, right?
Yes.
This is the wildest thing I've seen yet. A car parked on top of this dumpster. Not next to it or inside it, but perfectly balanced on top. You've got to see it to believe it.
And then I text my buddy, I'm like, is that fair game? Is that free? It's in the dumpster? You know, I wasn't sure.
What's one man's trash is another man's treasure. Scott Greenberg was driving down East College Point Drive in Fort Myers around lunchtime when he spotted a sight so ridiculous you'd think it was photoshopped. A car parked perfectly on
I love this woman's voice.
On top of a dumpster.
I had to do it like a double take, and I seen a car on top of a dumpster. I'm like, are you serious? So I'm just driving, went to Publix, I snapped a picture. And then on the way back, I stopped, took a little video.
It's not like you can just drive up onto a dumpster. So how did this car get there? And who would throw a car in the trash?
She sounds like she would be the best softball coach in North America.
What were your guesses of how it could have gone up there?
You know, a prank gone wrong, someone parked in the wrong spot. I have no idea, honestly.
We did some digging and spoke to construction workers who are building an apartment.
Tina, you gotta ground those balls at first. You gotta get down and really get in front of it. I don't want to see you leaning away, okay? If you're moving away during batting practice, you think these girls over at South State are gonna give you any sympathy? Get in front of it. Use your body.
Complex on the property. They shared these photos. It turns out the car was parked in the way on the job site, so one of the construction workers decided to take matters into his own hands, or forklift hands, lifting the car onto the dumpster with a forklift to get it out of the way. When I arrived, the car had already been moved, parked neatly in a parking spot, like nothing ever happened.
That's
no
awesome.
visible damage. I asked construction workers, and it turns out the car belongs to a contractor who loans it to workers flying in for jobs so they don't have to rent a vehicle. Live in
She kind of sounds like Michael in The Office. You know what I mean?
studio, Madison Adams, NBC2.
Madison Adams. All right, guys, we have some more stories, but I'm going to quickly just...
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Will asking for a friend. You think the car is a selfish top?
Austin.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
What a metaphor for GMC as a manufacturer.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, I'm going to quickly use the restroom and grab another water. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Put your back in it. Put your back in it. Swear you know how a brother works. She came up in the gospel church, yeah. Then I found out you were the naughty kind. You had everybody fooled. You were the spy type of lover. Some things never change. You know every kind of game you couldn't see. See, you never could reveal until now, girl. Now, girl. Put your back in. Put it, girl. Where it belongs. Put your back in. Put your back, yeah. Get it, girl. Put your back. I want it all. Oh, yeah. Put your back in it, yeah. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Girl, deep inside you know you wanna stay. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Deep in your heart you know you wanna stay. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Deep in your heart you know you wanna stay. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Deep in your heart you know you wanna stay. Yeah, backing it up. Back it.
Have you heard of Scavenger's Reign? I love Scavenger's Reign. It was great. All right. Now they got slip insides at schools. What is this?
At Granby Elementary, the staff are welcoming students to a new school that's
Scavenger's Reign was canceled? That is so fucking sad.
been built bigger and better for exactly what teachers need and students might want.
It goes really fast. And
With flex space, more classrooms, and some outside fun that's been brought inside, with kids taking the stairs to the second floor, but then taking this indoor slide to get back down. Even some teachers use the slides, and
that is awesome.
Principal says it's been a great way to have fun while keeping kids interested in learning.
Our teachers use it a variety of ways. Sometimes they use it to just transition down to their specials class, to lunch. Sometimes they use it as an incentive for individual kiddos. It really just
kid is gonna shit in there 100% guaranteed. Dude, we have to work on your optimism, okay? What the fuck? This man sees children having fun and is immediately like, that kid's gonna shit in there. Why even put it? Why even build it? Some kid's just gonna shit in it. That's crazy.
Depends on how they want to work the slide into their day.
Pretty good incentive. The school costs
That's
around
a self-report.
Way to have fun while use the schools learning.
Sometimes they use it to just transition down to their specials class, to lunch. Sometimes they use it as an incentive for individual kiddos.
That guy's gonna poop in the slide.
It really just kind of depends on how they want to work the slide into their day.
Pretty good incentive. This school costs around $40 million, but it's part of a bigger bond initiative voted on by the residents of Grand County to improve all the schools in Grand County. Reporting from a slide in an elementary school, I'm Matt Renew. Corey Jordan, there's no better improvements than a slide.
That was amazing. My church has an indoor slide like this, and let me tell you, slide like this, and let me tell you, that was amazing. My church has an indoor slide like this, and let me tell was amazing. My church has an indoor slide like this, and let me
What?
Let me tell you, 30-something-year-old Corey loves that slide too.
Yeah, right, exactly. Matt, you think about how easy the teachers have to line up the
A church has a slide in it?
kids to get to lunch if they get to take that bad boy.
Right? Just get in line, go down the slide, and then grab a slider.
for baptisms on the go. Body of Christ, body of Christ. All right, load the kid in the slide and welcome. You're saved.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Have you never heard of Elevation Church's baptismal water slide?
No, that's a thing?
Leave it to Matt.
Stop. Baptism waters?
It was awesome getting to meet you, man. Made my day that you liked my shirt. Hope your weekend was as awesome as mine. Squig 64L Poo Mario Putu Puluki.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Squiggles. Wait, where's the slide?
Hey guys, Pastor Todd Fuller from Elevation Church. So excited today. We're going to be opening and showing you guys the new baptismal here at Elevation Church. Guys, this is amazing. And remember, the most important thing like at Elevation is to look cool. So before you get baptized, always turn that hat around. All right, guys, here we go. Yes, put your hands up and praise and worship. Yes, absolutely, guys, absolutely. Amen.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
What is happening, Lowell?
What the fuck? Tupperware goes broke?
An iconic consumer brand is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Tupperware has been around for nearly 80 years, but sales have been dropping recently. And the company says it intends to keep going while it looks for a new owner.
I feel like I buy a shit ton of Tupperware.
It's a big shock for a brand that literally became part of the language in America.
It's a Tupperware party.
Tupperware. Just the name can evoke kitschy thoughts of women in the 1950s gushing over kitchen products. Truth is, when it was introduced in 1946, the product was game-changing.
It was a revolutionary product because it worked, and it kept food fresher longer with the vacuum seal.
Bob Keeling is the author of Life of the Party. Invented by Earl Tupper, Tupperware wasn't exactly flying off the shelves, so they were removed from stores
The one way to buy Tupperware is a fun way.
and sold through Tupperware parties, where the containers could be demonstrated to curious housewives.
Hear that?
The revolutionary airtight seal, the Tupperware burp, was a sales practice spearheaded by divorced mom Brownie Wise.
She would actually put grape juice inside a bowl and then seal it up. And then in someone's very nice living room, she'd toss it across the room and it would fall. And thank goodness it didn't spill open all over the nice carpeting.
Tupperware parties gave women a toehold in the job market, and the Tupperware name became synonymous with food storage worldwide. Its products sold in 70 countries. And has been a mainstay in pop culture. But other, less expensive, more easily available storage systems have bitten into Tupperware's business, ultimately putting the iconic kitchen brand's future in question.
So, Gail, you were asking
Just as
why.
I said, why is it going out of business? And you show that part.
Yeah, there's a lot of cheaper options, but consider that when it debuted, it was selling for 39 cents.
Yeah.
Now it's about $43 for a 3-piece set.
But
everyone with a certain age has had a family member, an aunt.
Holy shit. Okay, no wonder. $43?
Or a mom.
That's nuts. All right, well. Man unwillingly paid for his neighbor's power bill for 18 years. Oh, no.
A Northern California man is shocked after he finds out he's been paying someone else's utility bill for years.
This story's really crazy. Ken Wilson lives alone in his Vacaville apartment. When his bill spiked a few months ago, he tried to cut back, even buying a device to tell him how many watts his appliances were using. The bill stayed high, and he finally called PG&E, and that's when he found out he's been paying the bill for the unit next door, possibly for 18 years.
Even after I turned off my breakers, I kept going outside to check my meter to see if it was still running, and it was still running, and I couldn't believe it.
PG&E has owned up to the mistake
That
and says it is
sucks.
committed to making it right, though it has not said exactly how. This is probably a rare occurrence, but here's a tip just in case. The meter ID number is listed on the monthly bill.
That sucks. Nandre Lord Spew status. Ladies and gentlemen, we can finally talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Bodyhead debuts October 4th on the Adult Swim YouTube channel. I and Nandre make our voice acting cartoon debut in Bodyhead. Huge. Huge. So sick. Man. Nandre, you were incredible as a mime. So that's my character right there. And that's Nandre's character. Watch party? You bet your sweet ass we're watch partying this. You bet your sweet fucking ass. Kerfuffle, thank you for the 5. Dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. This is so cool. Man, that is, some of you know what a big cartoon guy I am. I'm actually so stoked. I'm so excited. That is so cool. I'll see you guys October 4th.
Right now to Macomb County, where a photo that went viral prompted a police investigation in Warren.
The photo shows a body in an open casket on display at a public park. Gino Vici is on your block at Butcher Park on Martin Road with more on why the open casket was there.
On Tuesday, there was an open casket on full display here at Butcher Park in Warren. I spoke to a woman who lives nearby who says when she heard about what was happening, she immediately came to the park to see if it was true. To her surprise, it was. Now that image has since gone viral and prompted a police investigation.
Like everybody else, I would say I was curious.
This Warren resident who did not want to be identified says she was curious as to what was...
Yo, what?
was happening in this photo being shared on social media.
So I decided to come on up and check it out for myself and see if it truly was an open casket with a real deceased person in the casket.
And it certainly was. You can also see a man sitting on the bench next to the open casket, so she approached him to ask him what was happening.
He quickly identified himself as a funeral director from New York and that he was transporting this deceased woman to Michigan to be buried, and the cemetery that she was being buried at would not allow an open casket graveside. So this gentleman decided to stop at Butcher Park here in Warren to allow her remaining family that lived nearby to come and pay their final respects and see her for one last time so that they could have their closure.
And this is exactly
why not just go to their home then?
What Warren police have confirmed. Detective Carla Rexford says what happened was not illegal, but certainly unusual.
I've been with Warren for 10 years, and we have never had a situation in my experience like this.
Detective Rexford says immediately Warren PD received a flood of calls from the community, questioning why an open casket was posted up in the middle of a park. Investigators first made sure the death was reported.
Dude, that just looks funny.
Again, the story checked out. Everything was done legally, but Detective Rexford says next time it wouldn't hurt to give the city a heads up.
This is a little bit of a weird situation, like we said, but all that we ask of the public is that you notify City Hall and the police department if there's any sort of non-traditional ceremonies that anyone is going to be having. There's not going to be any sort of charges. The family was just trying to pay their respects, but just to prevent any further issues and make sure everything is done properly, we do request that City Hall and the police department is contacted.
Again, Warren PD saying there was nothing illegal about this.
Some little kid finishing his Little League season got the surprise of a lifetime.
Displaying an open casket here at a public park, but again, they are urging anyone wishing to do so in the future to please contact City Hall or Warren PD. In Warren, Gino Vici,
No, fuck
CBS
off.
News, Detroit.
You know, guys, listen, you know me. I'm no fan of the cops, but there was a fucking baseball diamond in the background. Seeing a dead body that you're not prepared for as a child is fucking traumatizing, dude. Is fucking traumatizing. Builds character? Oh my God, bro. No. Hell no.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Bob's
Neff
Big
bang.
Boy. Thank you for that. Subscriptione.
Bob's
Shred.
Big Boy in Downey is working to restore its iconic mascot. The popular statue was damaged last month in a fiery crash.
no.
Tonight, KCAL News reporter
fiery
Elise
cra-
Martinez tells us the owner and employees.
Holy shit! They fucking assassinated Bob's Big Boy. What the fuck? What the fuck happened? Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Holy shit, dude. Oh my fucking God. They blew his fucking brains out.
Martinez tells us the owner and employees have a big plan to bring Bob back.
Bob's Big Boy has seen better days, but the larger-than-life statue is still standing after a violent crash. Restaurant security footage shows a speeding car clipping a fire hydrant, sending it hurtling towards the statue, then an explosion. The impact leaving Bob broken and bruised.
Oh,
knocked off about half of his head, and then it ended up laying on the front part of the restaurant, actually by the front door. It had traveled some, I would say probably about 100 feet.
Owner Jim Louder says Bob's Big Boy is more than a brand ambassador for his longtime customers.
Bro, I have not had Bob's Big Boy in so long. Is that just a Midwest thing? I can't remember the last time I've seen a Bob's Big Boy.
I'm fat. My butt is broke.
I guess it's the big smile on his face. It makes people feel good. It's a kind of maybe a reminder of a little bit simpler time.
Louder and his employees are keeping Bob
Are they good?
as clean as
I
possible.
remember
and are
Bob's Big
hoping
Boy actually being pretty tasty.
to draw more people to the restaurant, because more sales means more money for Bob's costly restoration.
Bob being a part of people's
There's one in Burbank? Really?
lives, and some they were shocked and surprised that it happened. They were worried about what would happen in the future, whether it was going to come back.
The restaurant is steeped in history. It opened back in 1958 as Harvey's Broiler. Then it was Johnny's Broiler. But it's always been the place to be seen to show off your custom cars. Then disaster struck.
It was demolished in 2008 illegally. It was down to the ground, and we were able to come in and restore the restaurant, rebuild it from the ground up.
Bob's started in Burbank? It's a SoCal original? I never knew that.
It's been Bob's Big Boy since 2009 under Louder's ownership. This Sunday, the restaurant is hosting a Big Boy Bash from 9 to 11
Yeah, that looks good as fuck.
a.m., inviting people with classic cars to come and have a burger for the Big Boy.
We'll get a new statue or get it fixed, and we'll be back.
In Downey, Elise Martinez, KCAL News.
Their cherry Coke is so fucking good. Aren't they? Don't they put like grenadine in just normal Coke? And that's why it's like fucking incredible. FEMA accidentally declares major disaster.
FEMA is doing a little recovery of its own after it accidentally declared the Saints' win over the Cowboys was a major disaster. Now, this is a screenshot of a FEMA.
Sounds about right, Texas. Sounds about right.
FEMA press release. It says assistance is available to Texas for recovery efforts in the area affected by New Orleans Saints.
Very based. Very based.
44-19 victory over the Cowboys. In a follow-up, FEMA says it mistakenly sent the news release, which was intended for training purposes only.
Sure.
That's
actually hilarious.
Yeah. So
I can't tell you how many times I actually got a screenshot of this press
That is so fucking funny.
release from friends and family.
That is so fucking funny. All right, we are on to our last section. This is the crime and danger section.
A San Diego restaurant found itself into some legal hot water with one of the nation's top fast food burger chains. The owners of Fair Play, a sports bar.
More burger crime?
Restaurant in North Park received a cease and desist letter warning that if they didn't change the names of two of their dishes, they would face legal consequences.
What are the names of the dishes?
The letter contested two of their menu items that had identical names to trademark items available at In-N-Out. Their animal fries and the Double Double.
Oh.
Fair Play's version of animal fries and Double Double also resembled In-N-Out's with a few differences. One of the restaurant's owners said he was actually excited that their small business was recognized by the fast food giant.
It was mostly just so people would understand what the dishes were. And honestly, we're big fans of In-N-Out. And so to be inspired by them, it was just kind of a natural path to name them after those dishes. But yeah, obviously they reached out.
So we're changing them to creature fries and the double.
Cool.
Thank you so much for that Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate you. And remember, it's Subtober, folks. Juice it up now.
They were super nice about it.
Save later.
And it was easy to comply with. It was just nice to be recognized, quite honestly.
Well, there you go. The owner said that the In-N-Out legal team was incredibly polite and very friendly. They were happy to change the names of the two menu items, which are now called Secret Menu Fries.
Secret Menu Fries.
And Burger.
Burger. The burger.
I love the Neff news.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Basement Nightclub is our next story.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Burger.
Do I hear burger? Why do I hear burger?
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Any hole tonight?
Can you move the chat? Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
20 months, Poggies. I love being in this corner of the internet. Less than 3.
Thank you
Oh
so
yeah,
much.
wow, that's very cool.
Grumpy
Burger
Graham.
burger.
Burger.
First at 10, guns, loud music, and an illegal nightclub. That's what police discovered when they showed up to a huge party at a multifamily home in Mattapan. Hello, everyone. I'm Rachel Keller.
I'm Krista Delcamp, and the owner of that property telling us that he's had problems with this tenant before. Let's get over to Boston 25 News reporter Lisa Pappas, who is live for us with the story tonight. Lisa?
Well, Boston police say they've been called to that same house multiple times for loud parties, and now neighbors are hoping after this bust that it won't happen again. Cell phone video shows Boston police busting an illegal nightclub early Monday morning on Rexford Street in Mattapan. So when they open up that bulkhead back there, they come out like roaches. They come flying out. You can
They
see
come out like roaches.
dozens of people running away and hopping a fence after officers arrived. Police say they found more than 50 people in the basement, which was converted into a club with a fully stocked bar and multiple hookahs. Police also seized 3 guns and arrested 2 men for disorderly conduct and trespassing, among several other charges. Every weekend is a big party, and the aftermath is like trash, bottles, the loudness. 40 years on this street, and I've never seen anything like this. Neighbors who didn't want to be on camera say they're sick of these parties. Police say they heard smoke alarms blaring from the basement when they got there Monday morning around 4:30. 4 in the morning, they got their systems, they're waking the whole neighborhood up. You can hear the cars coming from down the street. Holy shit. Boom. Every weekend. Neighbors say the parties usually start around 3 a.m. and have been going on for months. Now, city leaders say it's time to crack down on this illegal activity. City Councilor Enrique Pepin represents this district.
Residents want to have a good time, but we have to make sure that it's done correctly and that there's the right permits for these locations. So, it's not only it's a safety hazard.
Boston Inspectional Services issued a violation to the property owners for not having a permit to run a nightclub out of the basement. Now the owners will need to clear this up within 30 days.
City Mattapan is home to a lot of families where they own their homes, so we want to make sure that they're taken care of, that the quality of life is not interrupted.
Now, the property owners tell me they're trying to get their tenant, who's been hosting these parties, evicted. Live in Boston, I'm Lisa Pappas for your local station, Boston 25 News.
God damn. I love how they had to explain why a house being turned into a nightclub that goes till 4 a.m. every night was a problem. Shopping just isn't the same anymore.
It has become a familiar scene at retail stores in recent years.
fuck.
Products locked in cabinets as a way to prevent theft. Shoppers have to call a clerk to get the product they want. Well, shoplifting has become so bad at one local store that they've put nearly all of the products under lock and key. KTLA's
That's
Omar Lewis
fucking
in Compton with the
crazy.
details. Omar, good morning.
Yeah, Frank, good morning. It's typical at stores like Walgreens, Walmart, or Target to see select aisles with items locked behind glass barricades. But at this store, just about every item is locked up behind a glass case. I want to show you the store, the Rite Aid here on Long Beach Boulevard, where every item from coffee to candy is under lock and key, leaving some customers frustrated that they now have to wait on staff to access these everyday items. We can show you inside the store this morning. Retailers have long locked up high-value items like electronics, but now even everyday essentials like cereal or coffee, they are behind glass cases here. To buy something as small as a pack of crayons, customers now need to call a store employee to come unlock.
How do you even make a profit anymore?
This drastic measure aimed at stopping a rise in shoplifting is becoming more common in major chain stores in this area, and it's also stopped some customers from shopping at brick and mortar stores. Instead, they're turning to those online delivery options that will ship right to your front door. Earlier this month, Governor Gavin Newsom directed $267 million to cities and counties to target organized retail crimes, while LA made
That is so dystopian, dude. God damn. But why? Because shoplifting in California has gone fucking insane, bro. I don't mean to sound like, lock up your fucking, it's out of control, blah, blah. But shoplifting in California is fucking wild. It hasn't? Yes, it has. Yes, it has, dude. It hasn't? Yes, it has. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yes, it has. Bro, I live in West Hollywood and Hollywood. No, it hasn't. I'm here, bro. I've literally been in stores that have been hit. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. I literally have been in the stores. You are delusional. You are delusional if you don't believe that shoplifting in California has gone crazy. It's gone crazy, dude. It's gone nuts. I'm here. I'm on the ground. I've watched it. It's nuts, dude. It's crazy. Listen, I'm not going to tell you that across the country it's like a national epidemic, okay? I'm not one of those folks, but in LA it's pretty wild right now. In LA it's pretty wild right now. No, I don't understand, like, what is your damage? Like, I'm here. I'm here, bro. The shoplifting in LA is bad. It's bad. Like, whether you care that like major companies are getting shoplifted from is another question, right? Like, if you don't care that Target's getting shoplifted from, that's totally your prerogative. But to say that there is not an extreme amount of shoplifting happening at like Rite Aid, Target, and stores like that in inner city Los Angeles right now, you're just factually wrong, bro. Like, you can literally stand outside one of these stores in Hollywood for like a day and you'll see like a lot of shoplifting daily. Good. I mean, yeah, that's your take, but like, I don't know. Like, to say it's not happening is kind of, I don't know. It's kind of wild. I don't know how that became a narrative thread. You're being proven wrong with empirical evidence. Brother, I can go with my camera phone for 10 minutes to my Target and show you multiple instances of shoplifting. Like, I don't know what to tell you. The front window of my Target has been smashed in twice in the last like 4 months. I like, bring your charts. I have fucking eyeballs, dude. That's crazy, dog. That's all? Yeah, I don't like, that's nuts. Next topic? No, I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to be pushed off that people are mad that I literally am seeing it happen in Hollywood. Like, I don't care. I don't fucking care. Personal anecdotes over statistics. If you're not here, shut the fuck up, dude. If you're not here, shut up. Like, period. That's crazy. I'm here. I am here.
Mayor Karen Bass launched a new task force following a string of high-profile robberies. Now, despite these efforts,
you're literally doing a Trump right
like
now. I think you are the reason that people walk away from voting Democrat, because people can observe things, and when they hear the lunacy in what you're saying, they think that you're lunatics about everything. It's like when Dare lied to kids about weed. When Dare started saying that weed would like make you a crack addict, all of a sudden kids were like, well, I can't trust anything they say. Like, weed doesn't make you a crack addict. I smoked it. When you're saying that there isn't a lot of shoplifting in fucking Hollywood right now, and I'm telling you, I'm there and I see it every day I go to the gym, and you're like, statistics, bro. I'm like, what do you mean, man? What do you mean?
Like New York and LA continue to rise with increases of over 60% from 2019 to 2023. That's according to the Council on Criminal Justice. We spoke to one customer of this store this morning who said before the glass cases were installed, employees were having to combat from these efforts. Shoplifting rates in cities like New York and LA continue to rise with increases of over 60% from 2019 to 2023. That's according to the Council on Criminal Justice. We spoke to one customer of this store this morning who said before the glass cases were installed, employees were having to combat shoplifters themselves. She thinks the cases are a good solution to help the employees, but shoppers, they're left paying a tax of time and patience because of it.
So I personally think it's a great idea, so that way, you know, employees are not risking their lives trying to stop people from running out with items or whatnot, you know. It's not worth it. I mean, I know it's frustrating, you know, sometimes we're like in a hurry, like in and out thing or whatnot, but just be patient. Patience is the key. That's all I can say.
So back out here live, the debate over how to balance security and convenience for shoppers, it continues here. We spoke to a store employee who tells us that they started locking
this dude's hair is great.
Everything up this summer, sometime around July. Meanwhile, we can tell you California is likely preparing to vote on a measure that would roll back Proposition 47, which would stiffen those penalties for retail criminals. That's the latest for now. Here live from Compton this morning, I'm Omar Lewis. Frank, Jessica, we'll send
Listen, again, I think part of the problem,
back to you.
I don't do politics here. I think part of the problem is not the shoplifting in and of itself, but a lot of the people that use the shoplifting to fearmonger about minorities, immigrants, and like other at-risk groups, and basically point the finger at them and be like, they are responsible for this. That is not true. It's everybody. It's not one color. It's not immigrants. It's just inner city life right now. Okay. It is dystopian capitalism. All right. Also, is it a national epidemic? No, I don't think it's something that you have to worry about coast to coast. And I don't think you should be locking up Doritos in fucking Point Pleasant, Michigan. Okay. I don't think that is a rational response. But when I tell you right now, shoplifting in Hollywood is wild. It is pretty wild. I have been in the store 3 separate times when like a large group of people wearing shiesties come in and will just grab as much as they can take and run out. That was new to me. Even living in New York, man, that didn't happen when I was growing up. That's new shit. That's new shit. Say what you want about it. It's not any particular demographics problem. It's not an immigrant problem. It's a capitalist problem. I'm not trying to say anything that it's not. I'm just saying it exists.
What do the
and it's a
stores
thing.
do about fresh meat and produce in the stores?
That is it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make any bigger political statement. Jesus, well, you don't have to justify this. No, listen, man, here's the problem. I think that it is ultimately when we come to an impasse, it's worth having a conversation. And while I don't do politics, right? I don't do politics. I think it's important to sometimes take the venom out of these things and understand why some chatters are very sensitive about it, because I think their sensitivity comes from a good place. I think their sensitivity comes from a place of empathy. I think their sensitivity comes from a place of like these topics being used as a scapegoat to hurt like minority groups or immigrant groups or impoverished groups, right? And to pass legislation that doesn't help the problem at all, right?
Can we blame the one who passed the law?
Yeah, I just think that like when you look at something and it's a certain way and people are like, it's not that way, they're doing it because they're empathetic to how it has been manipulated to do other insidious things with our legal system. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Now we can all love each other again. We can all love each other again, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. Free mansions in Hollywood.
This is a story you saw first on Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock last night. Now, tonight, we're learning new details about this luxury mansion turned eyesore in the Hollywood Hills. If you think it looks a lot like the graffiti towers in downtown L.A., that is not a coincidence. Eyewitness News reporter Michelle Fisher spoke with the documentary filmmaker who caught the taggers in the act and joins us live. Michelle?
Well, Mark, since we broke this story last night, private security now situated here at the property 24/7. That is a change that will hopefully keep these taggers away and also bring some peace for frustrated neighbors. This tagged mansion on famed Mulholland Drive, eyesore or street art, depends on who you're asking. Frustrated neighbors want something done after years of issues. First squatters, now taggers taking over the abandoned property.
It's become a bit larger than it should be, and there doesn't seem to be much concern for the safety and the well-being of the neighbors.
With the graffiti towers and this graffiti mansion right now, it feels like a big middle finger to the city.
Filmmaker Nick Sazanoff tells me he isn't involved in the tagging, but documents the group he calls urban explorers, saying some of the people who tagged downtown's graffiti towers have also been to the mansion. Sazanoff creating this social media drone video showing the drastic before and after. He says an increased amount of tagging has taken place just within the last week as word of the mansion and its famous connections spread.
I'm really up to date with different artists around the city after the graffiti.
I'm really up to date with many artists.
Towers. So I saw everyone posting live videos and posts about being at the mansion, tagging it up.
And I'm sitting here with this blank expression.
Taggers.
Diddy was here.
Spray painting Diddy was here on the home's roof after learning the rapper's music video for his song Last Night was filmed at the property.
We all recognized the song, and once we knew that was that house, everyone was just excited about it, like a celebrity mansion.
But for neighbors and the city, the tagged mansion and its new intrigue is anything but exciting. LA Councilmember Nithya Raman calling the situation a public safety issue with serious consequences, saying in a statement today, quote, "This owner is an egregious violation of the law, and we are elevating the issue with the Abandoned Buildings Unit at the Department of Building and Safety to ensure that the fullest extent of enforcement is being implemented urgently and swiftly."
But the graffiti in the rest of the city is fine. We don't give a shit about that. Just keep it in Skid Row, motherfucker. Keep it away from my house, said LA councilman.
Urgently and swiftly. According to public records, owner John Powers Middleton, son of Phillies owner John S. Middleton, is the same person who let this mansion on Sunset Plaza Drive be taken over by squatters. We checked on that property today and found it vacant with the pools drained and boarded up, a year after our initial report on its rundown conditions. On Mulholland Drive, neighbors hope that doesn't happen.
The longer it sits like this, more people are going to come and keep doing what they're doing.
And we have made several attempts to reach the homeowner. We've made several attempts again, but have been unsuccessful in reaching the homeowner here. As for neighbors, I've spoken with them and they are optimistic, though all of the media attention will hopefully finally get this resolved.
The media attention will get this resolved. Oh, baby, what is you doing? That is just going to make way more people go spray paint that house. That's not how that works. Hey, did you see about the spray paint house? Yeah, I'm going to stay clear of it. Me too. I'm not inspired at all to go spray paint that house. Neither am I. I don't want my work to end up on the news, nor do I. I don't want to make a name for myself as a street artist. That would be crazy. It is a dystopian night tonight.
New at 10 tonight, a DoorDash driver now has a bullet hole in his car after someone fired shots at him. The culprit, he says, are these cowboys on horses.
Yeah, the shooting happened Saturday night along County Road 57 and Fort Bend County near the Brazoria County line. And that is where the driver is sharing his story with KPRC2's Gage Golding.
It's kind of funny when you take a order from Pearland and it throws you out into the country.
In the life of a DoorDash driver, you never know where you'll end up or who you'll meet along the way. On Saturday night, DoorDasher Matthew met the wrong people on the wrong road. From the Panera in Pearland to out near Rose Sharon, he was about to make his delivery along County Road 57.
Not far down the road, I run into a long line of cars.
The holdup is these three cowboys on horses.
It was clear to me they were looking to start trouble. It was a game to them.
Matt says they wouldn't let anybody pass, blocking both lanes on this rural road. Matt taking
that would piss me off to no end.
Video showing trucks going in the culvert to get around. He waited his turn, but they wouldn't budge. That's when he asked them to move.
They told me to shut my up.
Trying one last time, he went to go around them.
One of them dismounts off their horse. Another rider got to my right and blocked me off. And then the guy who gets off in front of me said he was going to pop my right here.
Matt floored it.
That's when I hear basically it sounded like an explosion.
That explosion that Matt heard was actually a bullet fired right.
That's fucking crazy.
At his trunk, the round going through his trunk and headed right toward Matt's back. But
and liberals will tell you that cowboy crime isn't on the rise, folks. We can see it. We can see it with our own eyes. Cowboys coast to coast shooting delivery drivers.
Miraculously hit that frying pan. The bullet did make its way through the back seat. There's a hole in the cushion right here, but luckily it didn't make it into Matt's seat. Police finding the bullet laying right here.
I feel like somebody had my back. I didn't even understand the night when the cop that found the bullet was like, "You're really lucky."
Lucky and now livid.
Holy
Matt wanting
shit.
whoever these guys are.
I can't believe these dudes were willing to just kill this guy over fucking with him.
Found and to face justice.
Yo, these three people need to be thrown in jail and the key needs to be thrown away. Killing someone over them asking to get by you on your horse, put them under the jail.
And to face justice.
Didn't seem very well thought out on his end, which is why I want him caught, because without any repercussions, it's obviously likely he's going to do something like that again.
The Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office says they are still investigating and also working with partnering law enforcement agencies. Near Rose Sharon, Gage Golding, KPRC2 News.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Thrilling ride is our next story.
Up tonight, Oaks Park is back open after nearly 30 people were stuck upside down on a ride for nearly 30 minutes. The videos are making the rounds online. Now we are hearing from a high schooler who ended up in the hospital who says he is traumatized. He spoke with our Fox 12's Julia Lopez, who joins us now live in Selwood. So Julia, how is he doing?
Well, physically, Hazen Haythorne will be okay, though he still bears physical marks of blood vessels that popped in his face while he was hanging upside down for half an hour. Mentally, though, he says it'll take a long time to recover.
I thought it would very well be the end of my life.
Hazen Haythorne had ridden Atmosphere at Portland's
nightmare
Park before and never felt unsafe. That's until Friday, when he says he took the ride for the last time.
And then it started going to the top, and then it came, and then I was like, oh, here's the part where it goes 360. And then it went 360. I was still spinning like this for a second, but it wasn't moving backwards. And I was like, oh, this is really weird. I'm sure it's just like a falter.
Hazen was one of 28 people that were stuck hanging upside down for a full half hour that afternoon.
A minute passed, and I was like, this might be more serious than I may have deduced.
The spinning stopped, but the waiting had just begun. It didn't take long for him and those around him to fear the worst.
I heard like screaming, crying, just pleas for help.
Oh my
God. It was like really discomforting.
Also discomforting, the hanging itself.
Gravity was pulling me down, but the seat was keeping me in, so everything was pressuring me against like the harness that was coming over me. So I can still feel soreness in my arms and my hips from that.
Like my heart was pounding and I'm like, it was really scary.
Lily Dixon watched it in horror from below. She was supposed to get on with Hazen and their other friends, but got out of line at the last minute.
So my blood pressure is like abnormally low. Yeah, so I'm like, if I would have gotten on that
Dude, Final Destination shit.
ride, like I don't even know what would have happened. Like that could have been like really serious for me.
They both felt relief when the ride was finally over. But then Hazen FaceTimed his parents and saw his face.
This was crazy. My face is never, I don't usually look like this. These aren't freckles.
Oh my God. Oh, fuck.
They're bursted blood vessels in my face.
He went to the ER and was told the marks will take a few weeks to fade. Lily says one of their other friends was taken to the hospital in an ambulance due to a medical condition. Hazen says he's more affected mentally than he thought he could be, and his days of rides and coasters are over.
I mean, if I close my eyes when I'm trying to go to sleep, I can like feel upside down again.
They're all gonna faint, guys. They're all gonna faint. Plenty of people were back at the park today, but atmosphere was still closed. I talked with a representative with Oaks Park who says there's no word yet on why the ride malfunctioned or when it will reopen. For now, live from Southeast.
Hopefully never, bro. I would never get back on a fucking ride after that. After I was in an elevator that took a dive, bro, I still think about it every time I get in an elevator now. Another lemonade stand robbery? Stop. This...
An 11-year-old boy.
Liberals will try and tell you crime isn't on the rise, but coast to coast, lemonade stands are being knocked over, folks.
Mona is giving back to his community after they've given him so much. You may remember his story. Liam Rader's lemonade stand was stolen earlier this month, and we had surveillance video of it happening.
And the past couple of weeks have been full of people wanting to help. Today, no different. NBC7's Dana Williams is now live in Ramona, where Liam is having a free lemonade stand to say thank you. Dana?
Yep, Catherine, Jackie, rarely do we get to follow up on these good news stories. Thankfully, this turned into one of those. This is just a look at how many people have come to support Liam in his free lemonade stand today. We even see some members of the local CAL FIRE station. His lemonade stand looks quite a bit different now than it did just a few weeks ago. This was also gifted to him from the community. There you go. He's happily serving. And again, his family is just absolutely surprised and stunned and humbled, quite frankly, out of all of the support that they've got. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since Liam Rader learned one of life's toughest lessons.
I don't know why he would do it.
He, a man in his pickup truck captured by a security camera, loading Liam's lemonade stand up and driving off.
He didn't just take the money, he took the stand. He didn't just take the money, he took the entire fucking stand.
I didn't know people could be so cruel.
He says it was clearly labeled with a sign that read,
small $1 and large $3, saving for a dirt bike, anything helps.
His parents, Lee and Carrie, posted
That's awesome.
The video on social media in hopes of finding the man. They didn't, but what they did receive was so much more than what they expected.
We want to make you an honorary member of the Chamber of Commerce.
What the fuck?
I feel like a celebrity.
Celebrity status, a brand new lemonade stand.
Lemonade.
We want to make you the city comptroller. Billy, we need you to balance the budget. We think your work with the lemonade stand has been so successful and so profound.
And hundreds of dollars in support.
Problem. I heard it the other day, and I was driving home, and I'm like, you know what? I got to go and get this money. So I was going to buy a $10 lemonade.
Thank you very, very much.
Teaching Liam another life lesson.
Thank you. You're awesome.
There's still hope in society.
And this
We're so cooked. We're so cooked. When there is a fucking 10-year-old kid going, I think there's still hope in society. Jesus Christ. That is, holy fuck. Oh, Jesus.
And this time around, he's going to make his sign much more clear.
Lemonade stand.
This dude picking up and reading the lemonade sign and then just whipping it off this is peak scumbag.
In society.
And this time around, he's going to make his sign much more clear.
He reads the sign and then he goes, get this fucking shit out of here. I've been looking for a double Adirondack chair. Let me get this in my F-150.
Stand and chairs not included. Watermelon, mix between the two and regular.
Oh, can I have a mix between the two, please? Yep. This one?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Middle one. Thank you, Liam. As you can tell, Liam is back in business, and you could say he's bigger and better than ever. And all of the money that he gets today, again, this is free lemonade, but all of the money that he gets, he's going to give back to an animal rescue hospital here in Ramona. So now, live from Ramona, I'm Dana Williams, NBC7.
The best ending we could ever
Damn.
ask for to this story.
Squirt gun, no fun.
A Simcoe woman has found herself in hot water after an incident involving a water gun. She says a neighbor called police after she accidentally sprayed him with a toy water gun. Not only did police show up, but they charged her. CTV's Jeff Pickle joining us now with more on this.
Jeff Pickle?
Jeff, really no laughing matter here. The woman, but they charged her. CTV's Jeff Pickle joining us now with more on this. And Jeff, really no laughing matter here. The woman facing a rather serious charge.
Tony, very serious. And Wendy Washik is a 58-year-old educational assistant. She says she was playing around with some kids from the neighborhood at a backyard barbecue when she accidentally hit them.
Yes.
Take no shit from anyone.
They made him work for free and he didn't get a dirt bike.
He's still waiting on that dirt bike.
Neighbor with the water from the water gun. Police were called and they have laid a charge of assault with a weapon.
Yeah, very similar to that, like a pump style.
On most days, it's a harmless toy. But right now, a water gun is a major source of anxiety for 58-year-old Wendy Washik.
I've cried myself to sleep many nights.
According to Washik, she was visiting neighbors in a backyard and started playing with some of the kids.
And because I love kids and work with kids, I asked him if he had any water guns, and he said, yeah.
Washik says she was chasing one of the kids from the backyard to the front yard when the incident happened.
I was trying to figure out how the water gun was working. It's not like I play with water guns at this age. As I was going through the gate, and it accidentally hit the neighbor that was like maybe 3 feet away cutting his grass.
She says the man called police who arrived and spoke with him, but she says police never talked to her.
They had told my husband to bring your wife out of the backyard, that I'm being charged with assault with a weapon. They didn't ask me one single question. They didn't interview one single person.
Washik, who works as an educational assistant, says she has been put on leave by her school board.
And the mental and financial stress that has been put on my family, my children, and my husband is not right and is not fair.
Neighbors say they've had ongoing issues with the man who phoned police.
Lots of neighbors, police called on him, and they're constantly here.
It's been a reoccurring issue on the street of police being at his house for very, very minor issues.
Bobby and her son Liam say they crossed the street just to avoid the man's home.
The friends are allowed to come to our house, but we no longer allow them to come to this house.
The neighbors we spoke with say they feel police are being weaponized against them.
I don't think it should be that way. I think our system's really messed up when it comes to that.
Yes. We all get along fine. We're not calling the police on
calling on Twitch. Thank you.
Our other neighbors. It's always the one individual who's calling the police out.
According to Norfolk County OPP, they will not comment on specifics of this incident, but do say we are committed to maintaining high standards in our investigative work, regardless of how the public may perceive the allocation of resources. Washik family have retained a lawyer, and their daughter started a GoFundMe page to help with legal expenses. But Wendy is hopeful the situation is resolved long before it gets to a courtroom.
And we did attempt to speak with the person who called police, but they did not appear to be home at the time. Neighbors on the street say there's been growing tensions there for a long time, and after this most recent incident, many more feel on edge. Tony.
Okay, Jeff, thanks so much. CTV's Jeff Pickle with that
Jeff Pickle.
story.
Kicking that real shit. Jeff Pickle. Thank God for Jeff Pickle. 12-year-old serial car thief strikes again.
Yeah, the big story tonight at 5. That 12-year-old serial luxury car thief has struck again, this time in College Park.
Liberals will tell you children are out there stealing cars. Kia boys, folks. They're everywhere. It's a rash.
First time we're getting a look at the young suspect caught on camera in Rockville last week. Fox 5's Bob Barnard live tonight with that video. Hi, Bob.
Hey there, Marina and Jim. The boy was picked up by the University of Maryland police around 11:45 last night. They say he was riding an e-scooter that had been taken from the trunk of a Tesla that had been stolen here in Montgomery County. He had the key fob for that as well. As in every other case, he was apparently turned over to his parent. That same boy was in this commercial complex just off Park Lawn Drive, stealing that cargo van and getting inside that colorful bus last week. This is our first look at the 12-year-old who police say has been burglarizing businesses and stealing cars in Montgomery County since mid-August. He's seen here walking away from an electrical supply company in Rockville, captured by an employee on his cell phone.
Last Tuesday, this kid sneaked into our warehouse and he stole the car keys and he took our cargo van. And that was like in a couple seconds. It was like in less than 2 minutes. And the day before, he was walking around or trying to open the doors, but he couldn't go inside the other stores.
But he came back the next day?
He came back the next day, yep.
Juan Carlos Castillo owns the business and this cargo van that was stolen last week. He says there were bags of fast food and stolen cell phones and tablets inside the van when police caught up to the 12-year-old in Silver Spring early Wednesday morning. As per the law, the boy was then released into the custody of his parents.
I thought they wanted kids to play outside.
True. Make your story straight. What do you want? You want us to play outside?
Straight a little bit, because he could hurt somebody, who could crash with somebody, who could, and it has been the first time that he does that. He stole so many cars for another dealers, and I know how he can drive a cargo van. It's not that easy, and
He's only 12 years old.
Exactly, so.
So you're afraid he could kill somebody?
Of course. Yeah. When the police called me that they got the van, I said, oh my God, I hope nobody got hurt.
That's a shame. They really need to start, locking these kids up for doing things like that, because it's just hurting, the business. I'm glad Juan Carlos got his.
We really need to start locking these kids up. Folks, these libs will tell you, 10-year-olds, they're harmless. Put them under the jail. That's what I say. Put them under the jail.
Truck back, so that's a good thing.
Police say the 12-year-old is responsible for as many as 10 car thefts in Montgomery County dating back to March of this year. Maryland State Delegate Sandy Bartlett says there is a way for the boy to get is responsible for as many as 10 car thefts in Montgomery.
Okay, I don't know about these kids, but this particular kid needs professional help. This kid might be Hannibal fucking Lecter. That is crazy.
County dating back to March of this year.
This man is gone in 60 seconds.
Maryland State Delegate Sandy Bartlett says there is a way for the boy to get help. It's called a child in need of supervision process.
Yes. The petition can be made by an officer, a parent, grandparent, a person, any person who believes that this child is in need of supervision. So that exists. We didn't change that. We didn't make it go away. It still exists. And that would put the child in where they're supposed to be, in the custody of the Department of Juvenile Service.
All jokes aside, yes. Because, forget the cars. This kid is going to kill himself. Forget the cars. A 12-year-old does not know how to operate a Porsche. He's going to kill himself and someone else. Like that is crazy that they haven't like, you know, don't put him in jail, but like supervision or like some kind of therapy to figure out this compulsion.
Now, Delegate Bartlett says that CINS, C-I-N-S process clearly hasn't begun for this young person who is apparently not from Montgomery County. We're not sure of what his home situation is like. And again, unless he's 13 or commits a violent crime, he can't be arrested. Guys?
All right, Bob, thank you.
Wow. Woman going to jail for super soaker. Kid getting away for the 12th time for stealing vehicles. Legal system working as intended. 8-year-old goes to Target.
An 8-year-old girl in Ohio drove nearly 13 miles by herself to a Target. Both the child and the car were reported missing around 9 a.m. Sunday morning. Hours later, police found that girl inside a Target near her home and the vehicle in the parking lot. Officials say they were able to find the girl after getting reports of a small child being spotted driving the vehicle on a nearby road. She was found unharmed, and the child will not be criminally charged, but it is not clear whether charges will be filed as the investigation continues. What did she need at Target?
How did she reach the pedals?
Right. I can barely.
How did she park the car?
Reach the pedal.
I know adults in Los Angeles that still can't fucking park. Here's
An update to a story that has gone viral. We have talked about this way too much this week. Yesterday on Daybreak, we told you about this 8-year-old girl who drove her mom's car to Target, went on a shopping spree, and a lot of us were going, how did this happen? How can an 8-year-old drive without getting in any type of accident? Here's how. Here's the first look at dash cam footage of her on the road. She's not that good. Police say she drove about 25 minutes before making it into the Target parking lot. I know.
She's not that good. She drove for a half hour.
It was early enough, it looks like, that there weren't a lot of people on the road. She's weaving in and out of lanes. She did admit she struck a mailbox during the ride. I mean, thank goodness it was just a mailbox. Target employees say she spent $400, Greg, shopping around, checked out. She also made a stop at...
What? How did she spend $400? What the fuck?
Starbucks to get a Frappuccino.
Yeah. I mean, she got a Frappuccino.
Red lights, maybe.
Get this kid into an accelerated children program. This is a future leader. Okay, get this kid to an Ivy League.
We're all okay. So we're all, we've been talking about this, and I'm sure, being very judgmental. But I mean, we all think that she's probably driven before. That's why she was able to do as well as she did.
I know.
Yeah. Someone's letting her behind the wheel.
Yes.
You're not that good if you've never done that before.
Wow.
Oh, caught.
$400.
Yeah.
How long do you think she's grounded for? Please tell me.
At least until high school graduation.
Like, we're saying ha-ha, but if I were her parents, I'd be like, are you kidding me? You could have gotten yourself killed. And somebody else.
Yeah, wow.
See, I can say this now as a parent, I can get all parent vibes.
You can relate, for sure.
Damn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our last story of Neff News, all the news that's fit to print. And now, as is tradition, I will read to you the honorable mentions. These stories are the ones that weren't great enough to make the cut, but we still like the headlines. Let's go ahead and read these. German supermarket finds $7 million of cocaine in disguise as bananas. Man dies after accidentally stabbing himself while trying to separate two frozen burger patties. That one is very relatable. My cousin, I don't know if I've told you guys this story. The first time I ever drove a car, I was, I think, 15 years old. And it was Christmas, and I was with my cousin, and my cousin lived right next to my aunt, and he had to go get gifts from their house and bring it back to my aunt's house. So he's like, you want to come with me, William, and load up gifts? Sure. Okay. He was opening a knife set with a knife so that we had scissors at Christmas, and he fucking slipped and stabbed himself in the stomach and pulled the knife out really fast and went, William, I just stabbed myself in the stomach. We got to go to hospital. And I was like, oh my God, 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 oh my God. And he was like bleeding out. And so like the first time I drove a car, I think I had just gotten my learner's permit. I can't remember. I was practicing to get my learner's permit, or I had just gotten my learner's permit, but I drove my cousin to the hospital because he stabbed himself in the gut, and he was in the passenger seat like, oh, and I was like, ah! And it was Christmas. It was fucking Christmas, dude. It was fucking Christmas, man. Was he okay? Yeah, he was fine. He ended up being fine. He had to get a bunch of stitches. He didn't like penetrate his stomach or anything like that. He stabbed his abs, like the muscles, and he bled a lot, but he didn't penetrate into his stomach. But certainly a traumatic Christmas for a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old. I forget how old I was, but that shit was wild. Substitute teacher arrested for masturbating in classroom during lunch break. He was jorking his shit. On his break. Mouse crawling out of meal forces plane to make early landing. Oh my God, no. Oh God. Grape spill causes traffic jam on California highway. And the last headline of the night, German woman ends 10-year object-philia relationship with airplane due to physical distance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. That was all the news that's fit to print. Haas, go ahead and run that header again one more time.
Days, everyone wants to be an anchorman and do the news, but everyone else is a fake and a phony. This is the only real news on this fucking platform. If you want to know what matters in this sad little world, this is the only place to get all the news that's fit to breeze. Brought to you by the Badass Boss, hosted by the one and only, your mother-fucking favorite anchor, Real Neff.
Thank you. Everybody, one more time, big round of applause to Haas. Everybody give him a huge round of applause. He puts this segment together every week, and he does a fantastic job. And ladies and gentlemen, all I hope I accomplish with that is to make you laugh. If I made you laugh, I did my job. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it has quickly become one of my favorite segments, and I hope it brings a little joy to your life, a little levity, because that's all we're trying to accomplish here. So thank you to Haas, and a big thank you to all of you for stopping in every week. Ladies and gentlemen, I am lay tired. I'm coming off TwitchCon. I'm coming off Camp Knut. And so that is where I am going to call it for the night. I know usually I would do some gaming or I would stay on longer, but we're 5 hours in and I am absolutely bushwhacked. So, okay, you keep sharing this clip of Hassan talking to flamingos. This better be funny. This better be funny.
Crazy. Look at the white one.
Hi, handsome. What are you doing?
Yo, this one is chilling. What's up, big dog? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He knows.
Yeah.
Yo, we're communicating.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That flamingo, that was pretty good.
What's up, big dog? Yeah.
That should definitely be a soundbite in Hassan's chat.
What's up, big dog? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He knows.
All right, chatter.
Yo,
that
we're
was worth
just
it.
we're communicating.
So funny.
That was worth it. That was a good ass clip. I'm not even gonna sleep on it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much. Neffsauce.com is open if any of you are looking for Neff sauce. We got all these goddamn slabs. We got all these goddamn slabs to give away. We're going to be doing that in the next few weeks or so. We're going to have a big ass slab giveaway. There's some bangers in here too. Big ones yet? Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah,
I don't
wow,
want to
that's
show
very cool.
all my secrets, but I showed one of the chases. This is one of the chases right there. That's a PSA 9 Venti 1999 Hollow Mewtwo right there. So there will be some big boys in there. There will be... There's some other big chungies in here. Hang on, let me see if I can find any of these other big chunguses. This is another big chungus. This is a 1999 first edition PSA 10 Jungle Pikachu. Just a sick card for vintage collectors. So there's some...
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
There's some heat in there.
52 months and nothing but bangers. Neff will keep being you.
There's some heat in there. PSA 10. Yeah, that's what it says. PSA 10. So there's some good shit. Is it an auction? No, it is not an auction. So I recently did some work with Pokemon and they love the stream. They want to work with us more. We might be doing a streamer trading card game tournament. We're going to be playing more of the games, and we might also do something with Pokemon Go. But I met with them at TwitchCon, and 1999 is vintage. Yes, motherfucker, that's at 25 years ago. Yo, did this dude just wake up and realize that he's in his 30s? That's crazy. Yo, this man, I just shook his Walkman up and it skipped. He was like, what? No, so basically, I did some work with them, and as part of that stream, I gave away some slabs because I knew there were some Pokemon fans in the community, but I had no idea how many Pokemon fans there were. And both Pokemon and I were kind of shocked at the response. So I did a King of the Hill. If you guys don't know what King of the Hill is, it's basically like where people are buying slabs randomly, and whoever gets the most valuable slab wins the whole collection. I played one and I won, and I ended up winning like 50 slabs, and I put even more in there. I put chases in from my own collection. And basically, this isn't an auction. This is just me giving it to you guys. I'm just giving this to you. There's no subscription necessary. There's no purchase necessary. There is nothing necessary at all. I'm probably going to buy a case of the newest Pokemon set, open them, and then just randomly, like, if you enter whatever the phrase is, I will be just sending you these slabs. We did this before. It's just free. It's just me just giving back to you guys. So if you're Pokemon fans, get in the Discord and we will announce what day it is with peace and love. Peace and love. The only stipulation is if you are like farther than, I guess, Europe, I would ask that you don't enter. We had a winner in Australia last time, and I spent over $100 sending one slab to fucking Australia, that's like crazy. I can't do that for 50 winners. I simply cannot do that. So unfortunately, New Zealand, Australia, Japan, you're out. You're out. I'm sorry. This is probably going to be a US and Canada and Mexico situation mostly. So unfortunately, that's what it is. Because I want to be able to do more of these, and if I spend $5,000 on shipping, there's not going to be many of them. So, no EU. I mean, I don't know. I gotta check the shipping. I gotta see. We're gonna set this up. There's probably gonna be like 20 winners this time around. Because I want, like, what if we offered to pay the shipping? I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna think about it. But the shipping is a lot. Can you sign it? I'll absolutely sign it. But like, basically, I'm gonna try and make sure that everybody winning, wins at least like $100 in their slab. So like, what I would do is, let's say you win, you'll probably get a pack of like the newest set, and then like one person, to make sure it's $100, your package would probably look like this. You'd probably get a newer slab that's like in the 20 or 30, and then like, you know, something that's not like a huge chase, like a shiny, and then like something, you know, cool and vinty, like a, you know, 9.5 Professor Oak, like something vinty, something new, just to make sure that everybody getting a package gets like something sick. And same as last time, there's going to be some chases. So like, I think there will probably be 2 or 3 chases, and someone who hits a chase would get something like this. That is a Mint 9 Sabrina's Gengar first edition. Like something like that would probably be one of the chases. So yeah, that is coming up soon. But I won't tell you what the chases are. One of the chases is that Mewtwo, though. So you won't know what the chases are, but when we do it, they are very cool. And then I'll throw in some like unslabbed stuff, just some like cool cards, like something like this. This is an art rare. God damn it! This is from the new. God damn it. Fuck it. It's a Joltik. It's the art rare Joltik. Also, I have this whole stack of on slab stuff that I intend to throw in there. So like, let's say you win, you might get what's some of the stuff I have here? Like this is a fun card. First edition, like unsleeved jungle Venonat from 1999, or like first edition Charmeleon, or like Pokemon 151, like full art Tangela, stuff like that. So just everybody who wins will get like a lot of cool stuff. I'll basically make each winner worth it. So anyway, yeah, I'm really excited to do that. I did it one time and it felt awesome. If you guys, do you have any EVs? Oh, we got Eevee enjoyers. Oh, we got Eevee enjoyers. Do you guys want an Eevee in there? These are my Unigabes. I'm not gonna give those away, but here's Johnny. Whoa, Average Jonas, thank you so much for the raid. Do you guys want an Eevee in there? You guys want a Vaporeon? All right, I will add as one of the chases. How much is this worth? Hang on. Thank you so much, Average Jonas. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I can't wait to play Deadlock with you, bro. I'm so excited to play Deadlock with you. Hang on, let me see how much this card is worth. Damn, bro. All right, okay, I will throw in this chase card, but this is going to be guaranteed one of the chase cards then. So one of them will be the Mewtwo, and then this will be the other chase if you guys want it, because this card is listing for way more than I thought it was. This is a Gem Mint 10 Eevee Heroes Vaporeon. This thing is listing for like $300 right now. If you guys really want an Eevee in there, I'll put that in there.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Daku_Vishla gifted a tier 1 sub to Rebelscom61.
That's sick. All right, well, that'll be the other chase. You guys want to see my favorite card of all time that I will never give away ever? The fucking e-reader Squirtle Gem Mint 10. That is my shit, bro. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am done. I can't wait to do that giveaway. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is my love letter to you. I thought it was the 151 Squirtle. I don't know where my 151 Squirtle is, but here's the 151 War Turtle. Why don't I have that hard sleeve? What the fuck? Yo, I'm tripping. War Turtle, I'm so sorry. My baby. Okay, I'm sending you over to Caroline Kwan. Please give her the same love and respect. Any more Arkham Asylum soon? Yes, I think more Deadlock and Arkham Asylum coming up, depending on how many people want to play Deadlock. I want to play with Average Jonas. I want to play with all those guys. I'm going to have a new headset tomorrow, so it'll be easier for me to stream. Poor Knut? Why poor Knut? What? I'm still on the diet. Anyway, have a wonderful evening. Please give her the same love and respect you'd give me. Here's some music to play us out. One Day Wonder. Thanks for all you do for me, guys. I really appreciate you. I hope I made you laugh. I will see you soon. Have a wonderful evening and good night.